Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show it's Friday the 13th, guys. Friday, March the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me. Thank you, Pepe. Loud and clear in the YouTube room. Excellent. And in the main room, fantastic. 156, very quickly to put a sound alert on say an alert window, just very quickly. Here's my alert window, right click. Okay, right click, go to properties. Okay, so right click in the window, big box pops up. Click, go to properties, another box pops up. Actions. Okay, actions. Check the actions, play the sound, set up the sound. You can go text to speech if you want, female or male. Okay, or you can use a custom sound. Select the sound, and here are 3 folders with all sorts of different sound alerts in there. I know I went over that quickly, but I can go over it again later, okay, if you want. All right, guys. So what's happening this morning? Well, so far, we've got a little pop in the SPY. Nice little run in the SPY, guys, ahead of the open at 9:30. I wonder, can we hold this? I have my doubts, but I have my doubts. We'll see. I think there was some economic news at 8:30, so that might have helped the market a bit. BIAF announces record 2025 SciPath lung revenue and unit sales. It's not an earnings play. Doesn't have earnings until April 6th. Well, maybe it is an earnings play. Just give me a moment here. All right, I guess it is an earnings play. Okay, I thought it might have been just talking about one specific thing about their lung revenue, but I guess it is an earnings play. Okay, so this is actually an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play. Our provider has it in April 6th. So must be they must have either released it early or this is incorrect. So anyway, BIAF is an earnings play. DEVS enters into a memorandum of understanding to advance SAF projects. I think this popped up. Okay, actually, ELPW. I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember these days, guys? It did not get up to $1,200. Okay, but it was a reverse split. Many of them. What month was that? That was back. Actually, it was only January this year. Morning, Shaw. In our YouTube room. Now, Adobe. I read the same information you did, William, this morning. I saw that it was a beat raise. Didn't matter. Sort of like yesterday. I thought Path was a beat raise also, and it didn't matter. But Adobe just getting thumped down. When we're talking about beat raise, we're talking they released earnings. So they beat on revenue, they beat on earnings, and they raised their guidance for the following next quarter. Didn't seem to matter. So obviously, not as enough. Not enough. Morning, Ozzy. So that's Adobe. Also, take a look. I don't know if you saw this one, William. Ultra. Ultra is getting hammered down here also. Down $52, 8%. Another earnings play. And that's ULTA. Sort of resigned. Yeah, their CEO resigned, but he's sticking around for the year too. It's not. It's not. I think was it the Path? Did he do it also? So somebody else resigned also, but they're sticking around for the whole year. So it's not like these are like we're booting you out. What did JP Morgan say? Coverage with overrate and a target of 420. This is for Adobe. I mean, Adobe's sitting at 246. Now, do they know anything more than anybody? I mean, I'm sure people think they might, but that's a pretty lofty price target of 420 when the stock's sitting at 246. And Piper Sandler, for the target, they're a little more realistic, maybe a target of 280. Mizuho has cut they had a previous target of 340. They've cut it to 315. Still way above the current price. Anyway, those are the analysts' reactions so far. And yes, PD is an earnings play also. I saw William is talking about maybe taking it around the sixth level. PD is an earnings play also. Okay, PayP. Here we go. I don't really remember seeing this one yesterday. I guess this was an IPO yesterday. I don't know if it was a direct to market, but this is an IPO or is it? Yeah, this is today. So that was yesterday. So got up to $20, almost $20. Closed down here at 18, so not bad. And a big pop. And it is a Japanese stock. AP, a lot of volume. I mean, 2 million shares have traded already. PAYP. Kathy Wood bought $275,000 worth of the stock. How was that ARC doing? I haven't looked at that forever. To get the true picture of it, looking at a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it got up to $160, came all the way back down to $27. Anyway, she has invested in some of that PayP, I guess, yesterday. SoftBank is, they're out of Japan, aren't they? Maybe not. Are they? Should know this. Did you? All right, guys. Well, not a heck of a lot happening in terms of big movers this morning. I mean, obviously 67% is big, but this in the past, normally, we see stocks that are up 100, 200% in this little window here. IBG, yeah, so probably, I don't know if they're doing a financing. In fact, they are doing a financing, announcing the pricing of a $6 million public financing. Don't see what the price is. The public offering. The price is $1.75. Looks like $1.75. So it's quite a bit below the financing price. That is IBG. I think this little one is an earnings play, I believe. KLC, the Kinder Care Learning. All right, this is an earnings play. Basically, an all-time low right now, guys. KLC is an all-time low. Wow. Straight down, basically. This is from November of 2024. Looks like it started trading in October of 2024. This is another little earnings play, I believe. UEIC is another little earnings play. Could be interesting, maybe. I'm just looking, trying to see if there's any earnings play, even one of these little ones that has a lot of room to move till it hits the next high. So this one right here, I mean, the next high, it's sort of there. Let's take a look at on a weekly chart. Where could it go? See, it's right there. So the next high in a weekly chart is 445. That's too close still. Then 455. See, to me, when I look left, I just see all these little areas that could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to stall here, but I wish, for instance, if the next time the weekly chart was 680, I think we should be all over this one, at least watching it. But looking left, there just seems to be little pockets that could easily stall it. Okay, guys, starting to move here. BIAF again. BIAF. Okay, let me get this weekly chart a little bit bigger so I can see where the next high is on the weekly chart. So there's a high there at 184. So it is a little bit above that. There's a high here at 225, and there's a high here at 243. Yeah, again, little areas where it could stall. Low float, 4.4 million in the float. A lot of volume already. This is basically an earnings play, okay? Even though we don't have it as an earnings play, but basically it's an earnings play. How's that little star from yesterday doing? LWLG. LWLG. See if it's holding it. Yeah, actually, it's pretty good. I mean, it's holding its gains, guys. You know, it hasn't. I mean, there's the low yesterday, 590. The high yesterday, 654. Closed down here at 712. Not bad. And so it's a little bit above the close now. And of course, had a huge day yesterday. With volume, 31 million shares traded. It's a big float. You know, that was the amazing thing to me anyway. It was up a huge amount with that sort of a float. All right. Well, William, you're getting close to your trigger. PD is just down to 599 now. So it says here the company issued Q1 adjusted EPS and sales guidance below the estimates. Well, you know, it's at a low, it's on an all-time low right now. Okay. This is an all-time low now for PD. So hopefully it bounces for you. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors again after yesterday's shellacking in the market. So oil, of course, or energy is not romping away from that 200-day moving average. However, let's take a look at retail. Retail is now moving away from the 200-day moving average more and more. You know, let's take a look. Where is that 200-day moving average for? This is the healthcare sector. There it is. So rising, but still above. Rising, still above. I think we're going to look shock for technology right here. Yeah, look at that. Look at technology. Wow. I mean, it has been drifting away from that 200-day moving average. So that's two. Those are two. And financials, drifting away also. We've got two major sectors. Oh, retail's major also, but financials, tech and financials underneath and moving away from that 200-day moving average. I know there's going to be another one. Staples still above. Industrials, what are they doing? Industrials still above. This is the one that's going to be below. Discretionary, XLY. Yeah, XLY. So those are four How are the semis doing? SMH. Semis are doing okay compared to the overall technology sector. The materials doing still above. Then utilities should be above. So we've got four major sectors, guys. We've got retail, we've got technology, we've got discretionary, and we've got another big one, financial, all below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, huge difference if the CEO just abruptly, excuse me, retires or gets, excuse me, gets kicked out. Just one moment, please. Sorry, that went down the wrong way. Okay, so that is kind of Bitcoin is what is Bitcoin doing? Actually, wow, Bitcoin's having a big day. So Bitcoin's having another big day, guys. IBIT, I'm just going to take a look at IBIT. Bitcoin right now is around 72.7 thousand. Okay, there's IBIT. I'm going to put a price alert right about there. So if you want to trade Bitcoin or trade a stock, uh, closely correlated, or a symbol that's closely correlated with IBIT. So we're probably going to see a lot of the, well, I saw Coney here as a short, not good, CONI. That's if you wanted a short coin. So obviously not the thing to do right now. Wow, Fly is continuing here, guys. Fly had a big day yesterday. Yes, big day yesterday. Had some news. Oops, had some news. The high yesterday was 25, around 25, so it's a little underneath that. So actually, it got up to 25, but it sold off most of the day. It got down to 23, so it's now above the close. It is above the close, of course, of yesterday. I mean, maybe put a price alert at the high. Now, the only other issue with it, though, is the 200-day moving average is very close. 25.96, say 26. So it's not close. I mean, 24 to 26 is good, but it'll have to take out the high of yesterday. And then you're getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. So this is not good for this company, WTI. It's in the right sector and all, but it's an earnings play, and WTI is getting kicked here. BMNR on the move here, guys. BMNR, of course, with crypto going, BMNR is piggybacking. It was a Bitcoin day a couple of days ago too, if I remember. Let me take a look at Bitcoin. I remember when my gappers, or the ones down big yesterday, up big today, they went crazy at the very beginning. It might have been this day. Might have been this day right here. When Bitcoin went crazy again, and I think you're going to see the scan I'm talking about, and everything. It was just loaded with like Mara and the riots and the BMNRs, etc., MSDR. Yeah, saw that really in IBG, the offering, yeah, 175. It's well below. All right. Well, your little PD bounce is starting to work a little bit. PD is now at least it's over 6. For some reason, I thought this was something to do with crypto, Clean Spark. Excuse me. I'm looking at the profile. It doesn't say anything about that, but I thought they might have changed their what they do or getting into crypto also years ago. But anyway, because I don't see any other reason, CLSK just ripping higher here, guys. Look at that beautiful move. So 10 will be a major area to try to get through. If it does get through 10, next high is 1064. I just don't see any news on it. I don't know. I can't remember if this is a crypto play out also. I mean, you look at it, doesn't look like it is, but it might be. Ritz, good morning to you. It is Bitcoin. I thought so. Just doesn't say anything about Bitcoin. Well, of course, it does say everything about Bitcoin in the first, well, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bitcoin mining technology. Jeez, I don't know how I missed that. So, of course, this is Bitcoin, of course. 10 could be a big block. Lots of shares available for me. Short at Interactive Brokers, 1.6 million. UMAC from Obi. Yeah, multi-day mover is right. So Dan, I don't, excuse me, I don't know if it's done or not, but it appears that it's an earnings play actually, BIAF. Okay, there is a reason for this one to be moving in theory. And again, but I look at what the two level is going to be tough, and there's all sorts of little areas that could keep stalling. So I mean, it's up 71% already, low float. You never know. All right, guys, I want to get my okay, RBRK. I believe this is an earnings play. I think this is an earnings play. RBRK, yes, it is. Rubrik, not Rubik, but Rubrik. Okay, so this is an earnings play. Big blockage around the 58 level, though. So I don't know. 110 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet, but this is an earnings play, RBRK. So first thing I'm going to do right now is to save my layout. I got my 9:30 layout up and running. Yeah, all the Commonwealth countries went. Well, I shouldn't say that. Not Britain. I don't think Britain went to metric, right, Ozzy? Oh, I don't think Britain went. I'm sure. No, no, the British. I'm pretty sure they stuck with well, BTU, the British thermal units. And I may be wrong, but all right, guys. So this is what you're seeing here. These are the top six from that previous list that had the top 15. Let's make sure I haven't. I don't think I talked about some of them. This ELPW, it's a, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to watch it. I guess it could go crazy. I mean, what happened? Now this did not get up to $1,000. Okay, this is that's a reverse split adjusted price. Not that long ago. So there must have been a massive reverse split. So that's the BIAF is still up here. Devs, we talked about that. I don't think I talked about TOI. This is an earnings play, a little cheap earnings play. Okay, another cheap earnings play. Now, on a monthly chart, there's certainly room. On a monthly chart, the next high is up in the fours. The weekly chart go 335. Okay, so again, just don't see. I don't see the gappers this morning with a lot of room to keep running until they hit next highs. Doesn't mean they're going to get all stalled here, but I don't see anything that's really clean. But now the pay, this is well, the pay P just dropped off, but of course that one had all sorts of room because it's an IPO from yesterday. Pretty good. This morning I got up to 27.80. And then there's a KRRO, KRRO. No volume though, only 23,000 shares. Boy, look at the monthly chart. What's that high over here? 1494. So, well, at some point, if it ever takes out that 1494, look at the monthly chart. It has a ton of room. I sort of remember this, but it's I don't have float information on that. 9.3 million in the float. Depends what you mean by integrated share. I mean, you mean clicking on a symbol and it loads into your platform? Is that what you mean? We have an external linking tool that, for instance, when I click on a symbol here, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform. Now, it is from there I trade it. Okay, so we can do the same thing with Thinkorswim. If that's what you mean. Oh, less than a minute. You're right. 40 seconds left, guys. So let's have a great end to this trading week. It's been a challenge. Definitely been a challenge. Let's see. Okay, I mean the market. Yeah, we had some economic news. I guess the market got propelled upwards because of that. But I have my doubts. I'm going to put a price alert at the VWAP to see what happens. Opening candle. See if it challenges the VWAP. This must be so Meta must be dropping a bit. Okay, here we go, guys. We are now open. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, so Well, this had earnings yesterday, guys. NTSK got hammered down, but it did try to recover, and now it's above yesterday's close. Okay, or less yesterday's close and the high. That is NTSK, but it's early. It's early. A lot of volume just came in. This is what this scan is looking for. Stocks that were down at least 5% yesterday on the close, and then up today. There's another one, KYIV. See what it's looking for? Stock that was down yesterday, up today. Had to be down at least closing 5% below the previous day's close. Well done, William. Good one. You might as well retire now for the day. That's a big win for you. 33 cents. Yeah, this one. Boy, I wish I'd had shorts available. This one was an awesome short a couple of days ago, right here, this day, all day. Didn't, but no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So if you think Bitcoin, if you think coin itself, coin is going to keep moving. There's an ETF for it, two timer. So if coin the stock moves up a point, 1%, this is going to move up 2%. But remember, if coin moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. All right, guys. I think Fly is above yesterday's high. I believe that was yes, Fly is above yesterday's high, but now we're really approaching that 200-day moving average, about 70 cents away from it. Will that stall it right there? Will that stall it right there? There are shares available for me to short, 1 million at Interactive Brokers. So far, the market is holding the VWAP and actually putting a little pop on that first 5-minute bar. So far, RGTI guys, RGTI. Now again, this is a quant. Next high looking left is 1743. So there's certainly enough room for this one to run if it wants to. So a lot of Bitcoin plays. Hut, of course, a Bitcoin play or a crypto play. Crypto play. Okay, Mosaic was an interesting one yesterday, guys. This was fertilizer play. Okay, fertilizer play, and it had a pretty good day. Well, I actually took this one. However, look at it now, underneath the 200-day moving average. Okay, that's a pretty substantial move underneath the. It's at the area. Okay, that blue line, that is the 200-day moving average. So it's right at the area of the 200-day. Will it actually act as support? It's slightly underneath. It got to the low of yesterday. I'm going to put a price down here. Wow. William. Why didn't I do? You could have made my day too. Look at that. Great call. Great call. William said he was going to take this one at around 6. He thought it would bounce, and boy, did it ever. I was a little suspect of it just because it was an all-time low. But man, oh man, what a move. Well, as you know, I do have trust issues, William. Wow. All right. Well, here's the KYIV, and what first alert was at $11, so 11.46 now. Okay, guys, HIMX from yesterday. HIMX from well, not just yesterday. One, two, three, four. It did have a bit of a sell-off. It still was way up from the previous day's close. It did sell off, so keep an eye on HIMX. Maybe it's going to have another one more continuation day. A low, not a low flow. This is a so semiconductor. So look at SMH. Here's a semi. I don't know how. I'm not saying that this little one tracks it that closely, but at least it's in a positive sector. Look at Mosaic, guys. Look at Mosaic now. MOS. Okay, I'm going to reset my price alert for HIMX at 11.50 again. Right here, I'm going to reset it. That's where it got to. I'm going to reset it to see if it takes it out again later. All right, keep an eye on this LXU, guys. It's showing up on the like one that was up, closed up over 5%, but is moving down now, and it's below yesterday's close or yesterday's low. Sorry, 1427. It got down to. Nice thing, of course. When you look left, it's got a ton of room underneath, almost $2 to that next low. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but all right. I have to put a price alert down here to see if it gets back down to that level. Talking about the LXU. Call of the century, PD at 6. Not by me. Great. I mean, it still has some room, of course, from yesterday's high, but wow. So KDLAR, I do see that it's got room. It does have a little bit of room. I mean, 16 the high rate there, 1673, and the high rate next to it is 1678. So it does have some room. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. Something going on. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. So here's another one. Now it's approaching that high. Here's another one. It was down big yesterday, up today. With the market doing what it's doing, I mean, it's so these sort of plays, as long as the market keeps doing this, these sort of plays as stocks that were beaten up yesterday but are bouncing today. So far, that's the play. Look at kids, guys. KIDZ. So this is did see this in the pre-market. Didn't think that much of it. I saw it do this, got up to 4, and then came right back down. So didn't think too much of it. But let's see. The challenge is getting through the VWAP, which is going to be around 316. Interesting day, guys. There are no halts resumes yet. Normally you get a bunch of them right on the open. No halts resumes yet. All right, guys. Well, we had a nice short from the AI. Now, I don't know how easy. Well, not bad actually. 1725, 1736. Bid ask, not terrible. This is energy play. Coal. It's a coal play. Okay, so it's not. It's a coal play. And it's an earnings play. Okay, didn't see this. It's an earnings play. Wait, where could this go? I mean, the next low looking left on the monthly chart is 1671. So it's getting close to that. Wow, I just got to 1681. It's getting close. Will that act as support? The next low is 1612. It's on a monthly chart. Take a look on the weekly. It's right there. The next low on the weekly is around 1597. Is that right? Yeah. So there's still some room underneath for. So if you took that one, that's what I'm talking about right there, guys. How about you, Ozzy? You're in this one, HNRG. Hmm. Well, guys, there's some little bit of rippage in the market right now, so maybe, just maybe, we'll have a positive day. Okay, let me take a look at the SPY. Just in general, I want to see what happened. So we had a big positive day 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. So this is an earnings play. This KYIV is a nice looking flag out of the United Arab Emirates. That is an earnings play. So this is interesting. I mean, the TOI is interesting. It's right at the V. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Okay, right at it. We should have had more room. KYIV. I wish it's had more room. Looking at it over here, 12 could be the block. Oh my goodness! Look at SOC just taking a your favorite stock, William. Look at this taking a hit here. SOC just getting clobbered here. Well, the unusual machines is now starting to give it up. So this was quite positive at the beginning, but now we're starting to give it up. The next low looking left, 1041. I'm watching this one underneath 21, guys. I want to see if this holds underneath 21. There's a little bit of room underneath here to about 50 cents. I'm watching this one. UMAC is showing up on the well, the scan. Sorry, I should have started that one. Watching this UMAC guys, just trying to see if it can maintain under 21. A little spready. All right, I'm going to put a cursor right underneath 21. I want to see if it takes it out again. Let me get down to that 2086 level. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. See if it takes it out again later. Boy, oh boy, HNRG, a tremendous one from our AI guys. I mean, seriously, that was a nice short. 1794, 1645 right now. That's right now as we speak, an 8.3% move. I'm sure you took it on the bounce. All right, guys. I am still watching this HIMAX, okay, HIMX. It triggered. I put a price order on the 1150 mark. It did get back up there. Actually, it didn't. It did not. A blue line that will turn green if it does. I still have it has the high yesterday was $12. So it's not really giving it up at all. All right, now kids is maybe well. The VWAP is at 330. I mean, so it's 10% away from the current price approximately. But and it's starting to curl. You get a little buy flag there. It's over the whole number. KIDZ. All right, guys. Kids. The kids are all right. Look at this one go now, guys. 329 or so. That is the VWAP. So that could be the stall. KIDZ. Excuse me. KIDZ. Is that for you and me, Ozzy? Funny, we saw a cheap trick in Vancouver about a year ago. They were the lead, the band before Rod Stewart came on. They were awesome. And I'm telling you, Rod Stewart was incredible. Talk about the energy. I don't know how old he is, but he still got it. All right, guys. Well, I'm ATPC. He was awesome, Grumpy. So stuff it. It's an incredible show. Okay, FSLY. What happened here? FSLY. Wow. So FSLY, I mean, since its earnings play, it has just been on a run. Nope, sold out at the Rogers Center in Vancouver where the Canucks play. Sold out. All right, guys, I'm kind of waiting. I'm just waiting to see if this HIMX HIMX can get back over to 1150. Wow, all-time high, guys. All-time high. AXTI. What a run. This looked like it might have been over. Okay, it got up to $47. I had earnings, got up to $47 all-time high, and then it dropped all the way down to 32. With a lot of the market moving down, but this has just been a monster, a monster. That's AXTI. Look at this weekly chart. mean, not that long ago, guys. I mean, this was a $2 stock not that long ago. Well, not since the pre-market. No, BIAF. No, haven't seen it. There it is, right here now. Yeah, wasn't showing up any of these other scans. That's probably one reason it's showing up here now, making a new high. But we talked about it in the pre-market. It's an earnings play, actually. It doesn't appear to be earnings, but it is an earnings play. BIAF, not shortable for me at interactive. Let's see, interactive brokers. These are a couple of ETFs for NBIS. Wow. So that means the stock itself is up at least 7%, 7.5%, a little more. NBIS. So this it got up to 140, came all the way back down to 73, but big pop now. That is NBIS. Hmm. Mosaic took out that 30. I tried to get some of the Mosaic. I couldn't get filled where I wanted. Shoot. Could not get filled where I wanted. All right, here's another one, potential short, okay? CAPR, $29 is the next low. I'm going to wait and see if it can take out 31. I don't love the spread. Another one that's kind of spready. All right, guys, LXU. It's a little spready, but it looks like had the alert at what was the original price of the LXU? The alert was at 1438. Okay, 1438. Should be a moment, please. All right, guys, 10 o'clock now. So I'm going to go over my homepage, okay? All the information you can find on my homepage, how to take out a subscription, plus all the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. All right. So let me get my homepage link up and running. You can click on it. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. You're going to find a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using my promo code. You will get 25% off the first month only, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay. And it applies to both our standard or our premium plans. Okay. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and this room right here, where most of you are. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and you don't know, we do have another room, okay, it's called the trading room. You can come in here, it's free also. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but just want to tell you about this room. The benefits, really, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, okay, and that is done by Obi. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me to do that. So Obi does it. He lives on the East Coast. So he opens it at 6:45 a.m. So if you're looking for, interaction amongst other traders during the pre-market, you can come in this room. And also, when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. William typically will keep this room open after I leave. Now it's Monday to Thursday. It seems to be about 3:45. Fridays maybe 3:30. The bottom line is this room is open a lot longer than the YouTube room, okay? And there's a lot more interaction with other traders. So if you're looking for that, you can come into the main room, okay? And if you keep scrolling down, you click on my homepage link, you can keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. This is a free service. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have a Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay? What you should get is an email and it outlines where a potential entry is and a stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be completely up to you. So if you've taken out a subscription, or if you're wondering about this program, if it's the right fit for you, click on the education section, click on the more info, and getting started with trade ideas. So this is mandatory for those of you who are just taking out a subscription. Mandatory you do this, okay? 12 short videos. If you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, you just unsubscribe, okay? The monthly subscriptions are just month to month, so you can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Now, free series of videos, 15 of them if you are new to trading. Okay. And last, looking for my scans, races, etc. Click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So some of them you can actually see. Let me get this unjumbled. Some of them you can actually see. The large cap gainers is right here. The upside versus downside movers is right here. Can't see this one. If you want it, I can give it to you, but you cannot see this one, and it's not on my homepage. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is a similar. Well, it's another race, but it's a wide open race. Wide open meaning it's way more volatile. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. False resumes, which, as I said earlier, we're getting a few now, is over here on my other monitor. Three other scans that you can take a look at that I don't have up and running, but the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Okay, I added this one. the up down 25% on big volume. So it looks like this. Okay. Here are the alerts that we've happened today. Okay. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that, but I can direct you to the people that can help you. Okay. Yes, Frito-Lay. Yes. BW. Let's take a look at BW. Room. Hmm. A little too extended now, though. All right, guys. Well, are we in for it now? Okay. I mean, my bias is certainly for this not to hold, but this buy now has taken out the VWAP. It's below the VWAP. Okay. So this is we had a nice move up, about 30 minutes up, but now we're starting to fade again. We're still up for the day. I don't know what you mean by that. You cannot trade live. The money machine cannot trade live to the money machine or to interactive brokers. There's no live trading. So when you say you had it working last week, I mean the only trading is in simulation mode. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. It must have glitched because it is definitely not live. Okay. So what? So what are you saying? You're saying you were able to in the money machine, you were able to link it to your interactive broker's account, and you were able to auto trade it. Well, then that was definitely a glitch because that is not. I'm not sure how that could possibly happen, but well, I'm waiting on this LXU. I keep thinking it might drop, but I don't know, and I don't like the spread now. It's a terrible spread. Only if you have a premium subscriber, yeah, a premium subscription now, free to lay. The Holly Daily alerts like this, they alert to everybody. Only obviously if you have a premium subscription, of course, that's part of the package. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look. What time is it now? 10:12. Let's take a look at the major sectors, okay, and see what's happening with them. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and I'm going to click on Dock Channel Bar. Here are all our theme-based channels. I'm going to click on Show More, scroll down, sector status. We'll do this fairly quickly. So what you're seeing here in this top list window up here, these are some of the sectors that we're tracking in this window, okay? So right off the bat, you can see that XLU is the top sector, up 1.4%, SMH, this is the utility ETF, the semis, etc. Okay? And if you scroll down, you'll see what the weakest one is. Silver is the weakest one as we speak. Okay? So now we have 11 of those sectors here. So now you can take a look at the individual stocks in the sectors and see what the strong stock is and see what the weak stock is. So let's take a look at communications as an example, okay? 83%, what does that mean? 83% of the stocks that make up XLC are above yesterday's close. So here's a huge one, Lumen, Lumn. This is up 6%, 5% now. We can see that's an earnings play. Don't see any specific reason for it being up, but this is a big, I mean, that's the biggest mover within the sector by far. If you scroll down, you know, Fox A, I mean, it's not terribly down. It's only 0.4% down, but you know that's how you can kind of use this. Take a look at technology. You know, it's been beaten up. But here's Seagate up 5%, Micron up 5%. What's the worst one? For some reason, well, there's Adobe. We know why Adobe's down. Adobe's down because it had earnings. Okay, now is it recovering? Sort of, and sort of not. Okay. So you can kind of see how you could use this. Okay, some of you, this might be the only reason you use trade ideas. Excuse me, sorry. You know, checking the top sectors, the weak sectors, and then going into some of the sectors and checking out the top stock and the weak stock, and you know, trying to figure out a way to trade them. Okay, so that is a coverage of that. Yeah, it's too good to be true, guys. I think you know this is the high right here, 672, a $4 drop. Ooh, LXU now moving down. So this is one I was interested in. Why am I interested? And there's the spy. Must have put. I think I put this. I put this alert yesterday. You know, I did not put. I did not put that today. Let me get rid of some of these. All right, guys. I'm still kind of intrigued by the HIMX. Okay, so right now what it's doing, it's getting into the VWAP. Okay, let's see if it takes it out and goes on a little bit of a run. The high today was around the 1150 mark. Yeah, there's the spy now. Yeah, I mean I had my doubts it would hold. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. I mean, I was pretty sure, but I don't know how you could have selected IB Certainly not the money machine. You might have been able to trade your own strategy or something, which you can do, but certainly you cannot use the money machine and connect it to your Interactive Brokers account, unless, as you say, it was a real glitch. Well, PD is just basing well over that 7 level. It's been a nice, it was a beautiful call by William in the pre-market to take it around the 6th level, and now it's just basing. It's over the VWAP to a 5-minute chart. How is the LWLG doing? Big one from yesterday. See if it's giving it all back. Not really. Not really. It's hanging in, guys. It is hanging in. It's a little bit above the close. I'm going to put a price alert at that 757 level. See if it takes it out. That's the high of yesterday. Had some news. Interesting. I thought maybe the LXU would start to drop with the SPY, but not even close. It's actually putting in a nice bounce. All right, finally. Finally. HIMX, guys, going. HIMX. 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 And I've been fixated on it all day. Held that 11 level. Next big level, 1150 right here. The CCJ selling off because Trump is talking about uranium. Iranian, that's a tough one. Iranian uranium. This is one of the world leaders in producing uranium. He's out of Saskatchewan. Well, the key area, I mean, I'd be trading this one, okay? I mean, managing the trade. The 1150 may still block it. That's the HIMX, okay? May still block it. I don't see any, let me just give me a moment here. I'm looking for some kind of a headline on the CCJ. I don't see any. Well, I'll remind you now. What do you mean it's an overpriced pig? It's the gem of Saskatchewan. One of them. Two big, little. Well, not little. Saskatchewan, big province, but not very much. Not a big population. But they've got world levels of potash and uranium. Well, let's see if 100 holds it. So as I say, guys, the HIMX. I mean, look how close it got to the 1150. It got up to 1146. Okay, so that is your area of concern. So if you took that one a little over the 11 level, that was your place probably to take some off. Maybe not all of it, but some of it. But I still have hopes. Maybe later on in the day, it takes out that HIMX or takes out the 1150. Okay, let's see if that happens on Monday, William. Yeah, look at Path here. I see what you're talking about. Am I right that Path was a beat raise and yet it got hammered down? Am I right? It was, yeah. It was surprising. Just like Adobe, though. Speaking of Adobe, don't worry if you're hearing anything in the background. I know. Can you hear that in the background, or could you? Okay. No, that is our little dog who is just waking up now and is kind of stiff. There's a UMAC now doing what I was kind of hoping it would do earlier, but well, of course, it's dropping now with the market. All right, guys, 10:26. So yeah, let's see if the market. So there is the VWAP again. I'm going to put a price alert around the VWAP area. Well, that's right. I put a price alert in the VWAP earlier, so that's why I got a little bit of a trigger. So I'm going to put a price alert at the VWAP where it is now, okay, and see if we can recover. So Bitcoin's still super strong, guys. I mean, this is BMNR. This was running in the market and has continued to run once the mark. Well, after the 9:30 open. Yeah, I have that one thumbnailed, Obi, the CYN. Yeah, that was that. I mean, it's got the room obviously on the daily chart, 277. Is that the high of yesterday again? CYN. Not a lot of volume though. Not that much volume. Great spread though, 224, 225. So 1 cent spread. That's what you want to see. But the volume is not that great. 0.8 relative volume. So it's not trading. Now, granted, probably it's being skewed by that, a couple of days ago, but still the overall volume is not that great. But look at the room it's got on a daily chart, 276. So yeah, Bitcoin is still has not dropped at all since the market opened. Okay, I'm just looking at IBIT. So Bitcoin has not dropped at all. So it is definitely running. It's not caring what the market's doing. Shoot, I forgot. Well, okay. Now, Clara might be. Well, it looks like it's coming into potential resistance. Okay, this is from our AI, but look left, 1673, 1678. It could be potential resistance. There are a few shares available for me to short. 42,000 at Interactive Brokers in case this really, really stalls it. I mean, there's another high here, another one here. So let's see if it can get there, number one, because that might turn into a nice little short for us. Didn't even see this one from our AI, guys. This is a nice one from our AI, AIFF. Didn't even see it. I know I saw some people posting about it, but I did not even see it. Right over two. Actually, that's a nice pattern. If they're lured at two, you got to hung on for a while, see what it was going to do. Finally broke out. A nice 12% move so far. So remember, and all I'm waiting now, we do have a reentry. Okay, this is I talked about this a little earlier. A TOI. This is an earnings play. The problem right now is that it's right at the 200-day moving average. That could, 333 is the 200-day. It's right there. If it can take it out, what's the next high? It's got some room on the weekly chart, 367. Okay, not bad. I mean, a 30-cent move. Okay, but it's right at that 200-day moving average. And that is for TOI. I have never seen this one. This is, I don't know what happened yesterday or today, actually. All right. Well, the SPY, okay, guys, the SPY took a little lift into that price alert. But let me get back to this one. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Once upon a farm manufactures baby, toddler, and kid nutrition food products. Never heard of this one before, guys. I guess it started trading last week or last month as an IPO. I guess I don't really remember it, or maybe a change symbol. Probably an IPO, OFRM. So why am I looking at it? It's showing up in the scan here, 1777. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not great, but it's not terrible. 9-cent spread. And of course, obviously, it's got a ton of room. But why did it go down today? Ah, see, we don't have it as an earnings play, but this is its first post IPO earnings report. So that is, we don't have it as an earnings play, but that's the reason. Interesting. I mean, normally I would have thought they would wait at least 2 or 3 months before they have their first earnings report. But anyway, that's what it is. It's an earnings report. Interesting. There's even shorts available. A couple 100,000 at Interactive Brokers. I'm gonna watch this one here. I want to see if it gets back down to the VWAP area and see if it bounces off that or if it takes it out. I mean, it is an earnings play. Never been, well, it has been shortable from time to time. VATL for me and Interactive Brokers, not shortable now though. This is one of those junky little oil plays that just absolutely went crazy when everything started happening. Well, things have slowed down for me quite a bit. Ways Beyond Meat. Okay, let's take a look at Beyond Meat, BYND. Having another one of its little runs that it does every now and then. BYND. So this XNet had earnings yesterday, I guess. Not I guess. It had earnings yesterday. Uh, Good reaction to earnings, obviously, and a continuation right now. Continuation right now. Do I remember when it was? I don't remember it being that high. I do remember there was a guy in this room who used to come in every now and then. He was a little more of a bit of a swing trader. I remember when Beyond Me, well, there it is. Yeah, there it is. But 240. And the day of the IPO, it just popped so much. And I know I can't remember who the guy's name is. We were looking to get in around the 25 mark because I think it was priced around there and it opened at 45. And we just said, I guess we're not going to do it. And of course, it went from 45 all the way up to 241 in a couple of months. And then after that, it was, well, actually, it did have a resurgence. It did have another resurgence right here. It was COVID, COVID, resurgence back up to 221. And then after that, nothing. But I do remember the day it opened. and we thought we missed it, and not really. A little disappointed in the HIMX. I thought maybe it would hang around the 11:30, 11:40 mark, and maybe take another shot at the 11:50. I mean, it still might later on, but boy, what a great alert! I didn't even see it. I did not even see this alert from our AI today. So not shortable for me. I'm just looking here because the next high in the weekly chart is getting very close, 257. That's the next high in the weekly chart. Could stall there. ATPC finally giving it up. They got their NASDAQ compliance. Who knows? They might have to do it all over again. AI's had some really nice ones today, guys. Seriously. Remember we were talking about this one? I thought about it, but I mean, the TOI, it's from the AI and it had a reentry at around 329. But I mean, look, it you got to watch that. You got to look to see where, potential areas where a stock could stall. And of course, the 200-day moving average is a classic one. Okay. And, people probably, well, I'm sure it's the most followed technical indicator out there. And there's a 200-day moving average. You can see what it did. That blue line, you can see what it did. It basically acted as resistance for moving higher. Well, Murphy Oil. So yeah, a lot of the oil plays early were dropping, but now Murphy Oil (MUR) is on the move. Take a look at XLE. Yeah, you see what was happening. The energy sector was starting to drift down. Now let's see what happens right here at the VWAP. And so when you see a stock like Murphy Oil (MUR), I don't think it has any specific news on it. It's not an earnings play, but it's going to move with the sector. But actually, I mean, it was moving down earlier than XLE was. And when XLE was moving down, this is starting to move up. So it's kind of running a little bit counter to the sector now. Note to William: when you have high conviction, stay in the trade. PD. Boy, it's getting close to the, I mean, it still has a ways to go, but 40 cents to the high of yesterday. That's pretty astonishing. Seriously. I mean, this was an all-time low down here. It's an earnings play. I mean, it's still down. Well, actually, it is not down now. It's actually gone positive. Wow. I do see PLLYX right here. Wow, what a move it's been on. Yeah. Probably saw it earlier here, but most of my scans have a higher relative volume, so that's why it wouldn't be showing up 142. This is the only one I don't put a relative volume on. And the reason I do that is I like to see these in the pre-market also, but most of the time when I see something in here, it has a pretty high relative volume. In this case, no, one and a half. Yeah. So the market tried a little bit. I mean, it had that little pop up, got into the VWAP. Okay. You can see my blue line turn green. That was the trigger. And then the VWAP is now starting to act as resistance on the way up. And now the market moved down again. Too bad. It was just too much to hope for that we could have a positive day. I mean, we still may, but without any sort of a sell off. You too, Ritz. Well, now LXU is doing it, but I'm not in it, unfortunately. LXU now is starting to do what I was kind of hoping it would do back here, but look what it did though. Look, it got right into the VWAP. Okay, LXU got right into the VWAP, that purple line, and that acted as resistance. You are really following these. So, what is your two? What is your? Are you just looking at ATR of at least one before you look at bounces, William? I mean, this is actually 2, okay? When you say over 1, it is actually 2, 205%, which is, of course, ratio of 2. So it is a 2 ATR. There's the range, 5.82. The normal one is 2.83. And so your thesis is that when it gets down to a certain ATR ratio, that it becomes bounce worthy. 77, 78. Well, you're almost there. Well, let's do this, okay? Okay, I just want to see what sort of alerts I'm going to get here. Not many. Just give me a moment. Ah, of course, because it's going to get rid of some of these. Ah, oh, just give me a moment. I've got the wrong one here. Give me a moment. There, that's what I wanted. Okay. Okay, so very quickly, I put a list of stocks. Well, there's only a couple here meeting the filter requirements. A list of stocks that are at least two times the ATR. Okay, at least. So here's KRG, and it doesn't matter whether they're on the way down or on the way up. So KRG, it's 300. Where is it now? 250. So it's 2.5 times. Okay, and VEON is 3 times. As an example. Now, want more? Let's take a look. I'll get rid of some of these filters. If I get rid of the float, well, actually, I mean, this is going to open up a lot here, but let me just see what we get. No, not that many. I'm surprised. This goes to show there's not that many two-time ATR, at least two-time ATRs today. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort on the that number. Hmm. So you must have done something like this, right? With not interactive brokers, with Trade Ideas, William, and then add in your own filters, etc., price ranges, etc., just to see what stocks have got the biggest ATRs. We'll say a minimum of two. Have you ever done that? And then you get the alert, and then of course you check on it. We could add things here. So what would you want to add? I mean, this is just a list of the top ratio percentage wise ATRs. Okay. What else would you want to add? I know you don't mind going higher. So what price range? 200 higher. Few more coming in. Okay. So what you want to do? So you just want to be notified then when something is having, say, at least two times the ATR. And then after that, you click on the alert, and then you figure out if it makes sense to trade it. Okay. Then what about a minimum price? What about a minimum price? Four to five? Okay, so let's make that minimum price. We'll make it four. Okay, so here's our list now. And what about a minimum volume? I mean, you must want some kind of a minimum volume. I'm just going to create it for you, and then you can massage it. Okay, I'll just hand it over to you. What minimum volume, or maybe even minimum? Okay, 300. Doesn't matter what the average over the last 10 days or 5 days, or you just want the volume today. Okay. All right. So now we've got this, and I've sorted on the. Oh, you do want a 10-day average, 300K, a 10-day average. Okay. Not okay. Okay. So we'll add that filter. And we'll go 300, also 300K. And what about the today's volume? 300K, good. So right now we're building it. Okay, so the range has to be at least two times the ATR, at least 300,000 shares traded today. But on average, over the last 10 days, it's been 300,000 shares, and the stock has to be between $400 and $1,200. Anything else? You mentioned consecutive days or anything like that. We could add a consecutive days filter. And why am I doing this for William or anybody else who wants this? Because he does so much for the room. So, okay. All right. Let me rename it. We call it Williams ATR. And that's a top list. Okay. Top list is fine, right? You don't need an alert window. We could turn it into an alert window, but okay. All right, there you go. So now you have a top list to focus on every day if you wanted to. And then you're not going to get too many. You just click on them and see what let's take a look at Orca. Well, let's see what AIFF is pulling back into. It's, I mean, it's a little bit of a pullback. Okay, there's the VWAP. This is, I mean, if it gets close to the VWAP, I'm going to put a price alert in that area to see if it gets close to the VWAP and see if the VWAP acts as support, and then it pops off it. The 200-day moving average, it's still above it. It's still above it. It's interesting because the 200-day moving average did not stop it at all. Yeah, and there we go, guys. We actually went negative on the SPY. Uh, well, my bias early on, I said I just didn't feel that. I mean, I wasn't sure it was going to go negative, but wasn't sure. You can't be sure of anything. But I just had my doubts that we were going to maintain this nice little run. Okay, well, here we go. AIFF coming into the VWAP. Okay, will it hold it? Will it act as support? This is their news today. Advances AI tool to identify ADHD subtypes. Okay. Meanwhile, Mosaic, boy, we're getting a lot of, yeah, we're getting a lot. I'm surprised Mosaic's going down because I mean, Mosaic was up yesterday because of it's a fertilizer play, and so of course with the issues at the Strait. Wow. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I am now back. Anyway, let's take a look at the AIFF and see what it's doing. Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to the VWAP. It's not a bad top list. And I may take this and adjust it a little bit more for me. This is on the ATR. And let me just, I'm going to do a little configuration here. I'm going to get rid of, because I don't want to see stocks that high. So maybe 60. Let's see how many I get now with just the 60. Yeah, still a few. I think I'll leave it like this. I don't want to get too many and just sort of take a look at some of these. I'm going to rename it. Call it ATR Tracker. There you go. Yes, PJ. Look what it did. I mean, it got pretty close to that VWAP. I mean, we talk about the area. Okay, it's not doesn't have to get right into the actual number, but just the VWAP area, sort of like the 200-day moving average. It's the area of it, and I mean, I got super close. I mean, the VWAP's at 226, and I got down to 228. That's a pretty, that's a great bounce. Well, let's see. I mean, all we can do is, we're looking at our data. So the Orca is at 3.3. So let me just do quick math, make sure. Well, I mean, yeah, see, all we're looking at here, we have the average true range. Now, it depends on the time period, right? So I don't know, maybe Pepe knows. I don't know the average true range. It's over. I mean, maybe they have a different time frame. I don't know if this is over the last 10 days or 30 days or 15 or 14. It's obviously going to be the time period. You know what? Maybe, just maybe it's going to tell us. Yeah, having a tough time reading all this. I wanted to quickly see what uh, what time period. Shoot, come on. Maybe it's here. I'm just not seeing it. I have a feeling it's 14 days, but I may be wrong. I mean, you know what? I mean, if somebody wants to do it, I don't think you could just go over the last, say, 10 days or 14 days and see what the average was. But I, am I just not seeing it? Somebody who's maybe on this, I'm just not seeing it. I don't know if I can do that. Anyway, that's probably the reason. It is 14. Thank you. I thought it was 14. Was it staring at me? Was it 14 days? Was that staring at me, and I just didn't see it? I thought that was sort of a standard for ATR calculations. No, I believe it's over I mean, the ATR has to be. It doesn't take in, and it doesn't take into account pre-market or. I mean, all it's doing, it's just taking the average range over 14 days and then whatever it is, and then dividing by 14, and that'll give you the average over 14 days. I mean, so it's a pretty fixed number. I mean, we know what the high, we know what the low is, okay, every single day, and it just calculates based on that. And as Pepe said, it is over 14 days. So kind of like this, because here is, I mean, I've sorted on the ones that have the biggest ATR percentage wise. I've got the relative volume here. And it makes sense that, a stock that is trading extraordinarily compared to its average trade range is going to have, good relative volume also. The lowest one here is 1.67. That's the PLYX. Might be a nice watch list for the day, just a nice watch list for the day. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, you might get it. Well, whew, okay, guys. I'm just where could this go? I mean, the next high on a weekly chart is about 283. Okay, so that is the next high on a weekly chart for AIFF. One moment, please. All right, guys. I think Elcut. I saw Elcut in the pre-market. Is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. No, I did see it in the pre-market though. It was yeah. So, or was it? It is an earnings play. It was an earnings play yesterday. Sorry, earnings play yesterday. So that was a reaction. Grupo Aeroméxico. How's that, guys, from our Spanish-speaking friends? Terrible, good, reasonable. This is moving down. Okay, AERO moving down, and it is a lifetime low. Lifetime low for AERO. Now that this could be it for. I mean, well, it's hanging in. No, I might be wrong. It's hanging in. AIFF. Well, I am a white guy. Well, it would take a bunch. It would take a bunch for it to hit, William. 61% right now. Now, again, I don't know how you're calculating it, but its average true range is 134. Its range today is 82 cents. So it would take a bunch. I want to save that. I just want to save the top list to my layout. All right, guys. Now this is showing up on the down big yesterday, up today. Okay, AMKR. It's a semi. So I mean, semis are the semiconductors are still or the sector anyway. I don't think it. Well, that's not true. It's had a nice dip with the market too. I thought maybe it was maybe holding steadily, but nope. You've definitely intrigued me, William, with this with a look at some of these. So these are running counter to the market, guys. Okay. Remember, now the market actually has gone mildly positive. Okay. It's popping a little bit. There's Lemonade. Okay. LMND. Lemonade. It's an insurer, I believe. Insurance services. Yes. And it's popping for some reason. I'm trying to see if it has would have anything to do. No, it would have nothing to do with what's happening, I don't think. But there's volume coming in. You can see the volume coming in right here. And that's for LMND, lemonade. Are you serious, PJ, or are you just being PJ? You're serious. What would that cover you? $15 a month? What would that cover? All right, guys. I have just confirmed it'll be Andy Lindloff, taking over for me in about 45 minutes in our YouTube room. Oh, I see, William. Well, okay. Well, when you say insurance, well, I mean, I don't want to get into it. I mean, it's insurance. I mean, you hope you never need it. I mean, that's the whole idea of it. Well, I guess I've had great, great experiences with insurance. Great experiences, home insurance, flooding, and things like that. So if I didn't have it, it'd be oh yeah, it would be. Believe me, it was awesome. And they don't, yeah, they don't mince words. I mean, everything is well. I don't want to get into it. I mean, maybe in Canada it's different, but okay, Bamba in our see now you're William, you're talking about yeah, you're talking medical insurance. I'm talking about car insurance, home insurance, and things like that. Okay. I'm talking to William in our I mean, you're again, I don't want to get into, the difference between your healthcare system and ours. Okay. But certainly I've had great experiences with home insurance and car insurance too. Okay, Bamba, what window is the red and green graphic? Are you talking about? So, are you talking about, for instance, on this two minute chart, the red here and the green? Is that what you're talking about? The bar? Talking to Bamba in our oh, the compare count. Oh, okay, the compare count. Let me just get rid of that then. So basically, what this is, so it's a question. Just give me a It's a so the basically what it's doing, it's taking 2 competing scans and running them off against each other, okay? Both the scans that are competing with each other have very similar filters. I'll just show you what it looks like. Or are you familiar with what the compare count window does? I mean, the red and green graphic, if you're talking about the chart, I don't honestly, I don't even really whoops, I even got rid of it. Even how I don't even how I did that. I'm not even sure what I did. Oh, so you don't know what okay, let me, how the heck? See, I don't even look at the graph. All I care about is this down here is the ticker. Let me try this again. In fact, if I had my druthers, I wouldn't even see this graph. So you don't know what a compare count window does. Okay, so what a compare count window does is it takes 2 competing scans and runs them off against each other, okay? So, if I right click in here and I click on configure, you can see I'm going to show you. I've got two competing scans, one with red data and one with a green data, red data. Green would mean the way I've got this configured that the stock is making a new high of the day. Red data would be making a new low of the day. I wonder if I have screwed this up a bit. Just give me a moment, okay? Because we should be getting something coming through. So just give me a moment. I might have clicked on something, and I'm just going to bring it back from my home page. Oh, I am getting it now. Okay. I was a little premature. Okay. Okay. So, 2 competing scans. So what do they look like? So if I look at the green data, so every time you see something in green, it made a new high, and if it's in red, it made a new low. Other filters, of course, in place, but here is the just think of it as I could have 2 alert windows side by side and would do the same thing. This is just a different way of presenting our data, okay? So here is the I mean, so understand I could just use this as a separate alert window, okay, with and here are the filters. So in this alert window, it's looking for stocks making new highs. It works in the pre-market and the post-market. So as long as the stock is between 50 cents and $30, minimum volume is 300,000 shares. The volume in the last minute is at least 300% of normal. You've got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. And again, the number of new highs was at least 25. So that's what these are the filters I'm using. So if all these filters are met and the stock makes a new high, you're going to get a real-time alert. Just give me one moment. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. So let me get back to this. So this scan. So what happens is we've got a great little feature called the flip feature. Okay. So what does the flip do? So let's say you constructed this scan and you don't want it in a compare count window, but you've just constructed an alert window and here are your filters. But you said, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing the sort of the reverse of this instead of making new highs, new lows, etc. So what the flip does, it'll flip anything that can be flipped. So you cannot flip a price range or volume or this 300% of normal, but you could flip this. The price is up at least 2% from yesterday's close. We can flip that to down at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if you kind of remember what this is, so that's what this is looking for the green data. And then we go to the red data and you see how these have been flipped, new lows instead of new highs. And this is prices down at least 2%. So it's taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. Okay, so that's what a compare count window can do. It's just a different way of presenting our data. I could have had two alert windows side by side, one moving up, one moving down if I'd wanted to. Okay, is that a decent enough explanation, Bamba? I don't really look at this. This is just sort of the frequency of the alerts. Okay, in a alerts per second, 0.15. Okay, that's just sort of the frequency of the alerts, be they red or okay. And then this is just a cylinder. The theory being that, I just I cleared it. So 57% of the tickers that have come through here have been red. 42% have been green. A lot of people will use this, not necessarily this one, but to look at, some people might look at the S&P 500, okay, and just say, okay, what's up? How many are moving up? How many are moving down? As an example. So is that a good enough explanation for you? If it's not, just let me know. Well, look at this, guys. Look at Orca. Okay, look what it did. It got right into the VWAP. Well, I might have to pay attention to this little top list window. Seriously, got right into the VWAP. Not that it's looking for a VWAP bounce, but it's showing you stocks with big ATRs percentage wise, so you can try to follow them. And boy, what a bounce! And it's got nothing to do with the market. This is what you want to see. You want to find stocks that are the alpha stocks that don't care so much about what the market's doing. Yeah, so you could take a sector, for instance, Bamba, okay? You could take a sector, say the, energy sector, and you could say, "Okay, show me the stocks moving up versus the stocks moving down," as an example, things like that. But that's what it's just again, just a different not everybody likes it. I kind of enjoy it. It's sort of old school, a ticker, but all this is real time. And what I find in the afternoon, you really get some interesting ones because remember, there's a volume component. And so in the afternoon, when maybe things have settled down a little bit and you get an alert here, you see a big volume burst. This is my, right here, of course, is the volume bar, but the volume bar intraday, you might see a big, big volume burst because the stocks typically settle down after a while. So this is just I call this an ATR tracker. Okay. I can give this to you. I just created it. I actually created it for William, but I changed the price range. So all it's doing is it's looking for the stocks with the biggest. I've sorted it on the stock with the biggest ATRs today, percentage wise. So what is that? 300. That's 365%. I wish they put it as a ratio, but anyway, it's what that means is this stock has traded 3.6 times what it normally would do. So what does that mean? When you look at, I'll just show you here, show you how the math works. It's average true range, okay? So the average true range. So normally over the last 14 days, this stock between the high and the low of the last 14 days, that is averaged about 2.21, okay? $2.21. Between the high and the low, so you take the high and the low over the last 14 days and you figure out, well, what was the average move? And so it was 2.21. Today, it is trading 8. Its range today is 8. So if you divide 2.21 into 8, you get 365% or 3.65 as a ratio. Okay. So that's what this is doing. It's showing you the stocks with these filters, with the filters that I'm using that have the highest ATR percentage. And it doesn't matter if it's in green, that means the stock is positive for the day. If it's in orange, it means it's negative for the day. So here's G dot again. It's average. No, this is a cheap one. Okay, 30 cents has been its average over the last 10 days. You take the high and the low of the last 10 days. You'll get a number for each one of those days, and divide it by 14. That would have given you 30 cents. Today, its range is 90 cents. Well, all you'd have to do then, Namba, of course, all these stocks you see here, the compare count. So can you use this as the highest percentage change stocks where you see which ones are making new highs? So yes. So remember, and every time you see something in red, that is a new low. So all you'd have to do, you could take my compare count window. So what you want to do is maybe you could add a filter into here because this is it, right? This is up at least 2% from yesterday's close. You could put a higher percentage if you want. Whatever your minimum would be. Okay, so in other words, you could change this to, instead of having to be up 2% from yesterday's close, you could whatever number you thought, as a minimum, say 15. So you're only going to see stocks that are up at least 15% making new highs, or down at least 15% making new lows. That makes sense? You would just change that change from the close to whatever number you thought you'd want to use. So if you took this, it's on my homepage. If you took it, and all you'd have to do is, you right click. So again, I'm sharing this, okay? So you wouldn't have to start from scratch. I mean, obviously you could just start completely from scratch, but why do that? I've got the two alert windows already there. So it's probably easier just to right click something open that I don't know where. Oh, here. Oh, I just right clicked. So it'd probably be easier then just to go to the configure and then add whatever filters you want. I mean, here's what I'm using. Maybe you don't like that price range as an example. Maybe there's something else you just don't like, or maybe you want to add it. So again, if you wanted to put 15% or 20%, whatever that number is, and then do the reverse on the other one. So the way our filters work, minimum 15%, that would be up. If you put minus 15, that would be at least 15% down, as an example. That's what I would do. Instead of starting completely from scratch, why not just take what I've got here, and then you can, add whatever filters you want, make any adjustments you want to these values, okay? And do it, and remember, so you've got, do it for the green data, and then do it for the red data. That'd be the easiest thing. I can share it. Yes, I can share it. I'm intrigued by it. So I think I've already saved it. Yeah, share. Yeah, I mean, as a watch list, I mean, how's that Orca doing now? ORKA? Yeah, so it doesn't mean you just take the trade because you see it here, of course. It's just a matter of like how is it setting up? I mean, look at the PD. I mean, this is setting up pretty darn good still. I mean, yes, it's pulled back, but it's hanging over the 7 level. It's hanging over the VWAP. But what I would do is I would put a price alert underneath the VWAP and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Remember, I mean, it is down 3%, but and this was an all-time low at one point. But as William said, this is an earnings release. And in fact, you know what I should do? I'm going to add one column to see whether or not if it's an earnings play. Not that it really matters, but if it is an earnings play, then it's probably going to be active most of the day. And you can see right here, the only one that is not an earnings play today, well, there were a couple, but in the vicinity. I mean, that was 17 days ago. But all these are earnings plays. Minus 0.25. What that means is they released earnings after hours yesterday. 1.75 will mean they release earnings next week, but so they're all kind of close to earnings. Okay. Not that it absolutely matters, but just out of, just information. Well, HIMX is now going the other way. That was a nice quick trade for me, but I was really, really hoping it would take out that 1150 and move. So here's another interesting one, guys. The KRG. Look at this one now, right at the VWAP. Maybe, just maybe. I mean, it's still down for the day. It's not an earnings lay. Had earnings, a while ago, February 17th, 17 days ago. But look what it's trying to do. It's trying to maybe hold the VWAP and maybe go on a bit of a run. I mean, we're going into the face of the market moving down. Great spread also. Look at that, 2 cent spread, 24.99, 25.01. You know what? What time is it now, though? The only problem I got is I'm going to be taking a break soon, and it's also hard to go against this market. But now the other thing you may want to get rid of is the average of 300,000 shares a day. I want to see what happens if I do that. 300,000 shares a day on average over the last 10 days, because sometimes a stock, especially when they release earnings, they may not have been doing too much until the day they release earnings, and then the volume explodes, and you won't see it because it didn't average over. I just want to see how many more I get. That's all. Obviously, I'm going to get more. Oops, I'm going to get more. And you can see right beside it, that's my relative volume for the day. So, right at the top here is this SVCO, and look at the relative volume. So you're not going to see very many. I'm trying to see what the lowest is. I mean, we might even want to add the relative volume to maybe pare down the list a little bit. I mean, there's 1.53. I mean, they're all trading reasonably abnormally. Well, not re. This is really trading abnormally, but at least this is 1.5 times normal. William, you may have created a monster for me just to. Well, I mean, it depends how many you want to get rid of, right? I mean, in this one now, your price range is a lot more than mine. You're up to 1,000 or 1,200 or something. But I mean, I'm just looking here. The relative volume, the lowest one is 1.54. Okay, and that's for the Plix. So, I mean, it depends. If I had a whole bunch of them, maybe, if I had a list of like a 60 or something, I would probably then want to, I don't know. I mean, if you raise the relative volume, depends how many you want to see, I guess. I mean, right now, let me do a sort on the relative volume. So, if I had the relative volume of five, I would get rid of all these as an example. That would still be enough. So really, it all depends, I suppose, how many we get, how many we want. But right now at five, now you'll have more because your range is up to $1,200. Right now, I'm going to keep it because I mean the list is reasonably manageable, and if I just concentrate on the ones that are the top anyway, see the ones at the top are going to have pretty decent relative volume. We got 94, 6.3, 24, 18, 572. I do not have that on my homepage, but I can give it to you. Unusual Tech, I can give it to you. So remember, all it is a top list, okay? Ranking the ones that have, and you know what? Ranking the ones that have the highest ATR percent ratio of, that's a 380%, but it's a ratio of 3.8. Wow, I mean this is why this is so, this is really out there because look at SVCO as an example. Its average true range is only 23 cents. And today, its range is, well, it's 89 cents. Okay. It's not, I thought it was even more. So you divide 23 into 89 and you get 3.8. So that's why, its relative volume is so high. And it's an earnings play. You can see right there. I added the earnings column so I can see whether or not something is an earnings play. It doesn't have to be an earnings play, but when you see that it is an earnings play, you figure, okay, it's probably going to be active most of the day. Well, guys, I mean, the PD is just hanging tough still. It's just hanging tough at that 7 level. On another day, I'd be probably thinking about taking this long, this KRG. It's hard for me to commit to going long anything right now with this market moving down. And this is a weak stock still. I mean, it's still down for the day. But I mean, it looks really nice. I mean, you're over that VWAP, and it's just inching its way up. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to catch up on a few emails here. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:49. So I have about 10 minutes left before I do take my break. Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room, and I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Andy. Whoa, boy! There's the AIFF making another new high. Now, again, getting close to that monthly high right here. There, the monthly high is around 3. The weekly high is a little less than that. So again, it's getting very close, 283. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, but yeah, look at the volume coming in. That's what I'm saying. Remember, there's a volume component in here. It's not just a stock making a new high. You look, see the volume coming in into Woof as an example. It's a pretty nice break even on the 5, kind of consolidation. Nice break on the 5. I think Wolf had earnings March 11th. Yeah. So, William, you're always looking at these. When you get, if you're taking a look at that top list, you're looking at, I don't know if Vion is on your top list right now, but you'd be looking at this as maybe a play to get back to the VWAP. I mean, just as a very general statement, there might be other things, or the 5.8, the 5.8. Okay. Okay. You've got what time is it? 11:51. Okay. I used to have it on. And that's the 8. That's the 8 EMA, right? Not the SMA. That's the 8 EMA. What color am I going to use? I think I can use blue. That's the 8 EMA, right? Oh, I thought you meant the ADMA on a 5-minute chart. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. You just confused me a little bit when you said 5 SMA. I didn't think that made sense, but okay. Okay. Well, I've got it here, so I'll be able to track what you're doing. Well, that's what he's doing. Okay. So if you look, unusual tech, if you look on my 5-minute chart, you see that blue line? That's the 8 EMA. So William, a lot of times what he'll do, he'll look at a stock that is maybe been beaten up. And if he finds another reason to take the bounce, okay, he thinks it's probably, it might be bounce worthy, then he's looking at maybe it getting close to that to the 8 EMA in the 5-minute chart. Okay. That I think that now will it get all the way up there? No, not necessarily, but I think that is kind of his magnet. Now, obviously not this one, but if Vion had been down here and he looked at it and he said, you know what, I think it's bounce worthy right now, so he could have taken this and see how close it got to the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Now I'm and then here's the VWAP also on top of that. So if this had been one of those bounce ones for Vion, he would have sold it right here. All right, guys. Wow, 11:55. I got to get ready now because Andy will. Okay, so on a break back around 1 p.m. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Of course, he's not here yet, but he'll be here momentarily. Here, when I say here, I'm talking about YouTube. And so the next step for me is to put the YouTube link in to the main room, so you guys can head over and listen to that wonderful Texas drawl that Andy has. Okay, so there's the link to get into YouTube. He's not there yet, but he'll be there momentarily. And so so the reverse is also true. Okay, so if I'm just using this as an example, if this had set up for him, well, if this ORKA had set up for him up here, and he took it and said, okay, I think it's bounce worthy, or well, not bouncing on the way down, or it's topped out, then what he would be doing is he'd be looking at this and saying, okay, here is the ADMA. It's actually underneath the VWAP. My guess is that when it got close to the VWAP, he may in fact take some off, maybe all, I don't know, but maybe at least take some off and then see if it can get down to that ADMA on the 5-minute. Okay. Now, it's one of the hardest things to do. Well, he tends to. I would encourage William to, take a look at the cloud, the TI wave, and try to keep in the trade as long as the trend doesn't change. But I think he's pretty solid, pretty firm. If it hits it, he's out. I would certainly sell some, but I would encourage you to try that TI wave and just try to keep in the trade a little bit longer until the trend changes. Obviously, taking some off for sure. See, on this one, you could have been in this one all, well, it's a 5 minute, but 2 minute. You could have been in that trade all the way up here. And then right here is where you would have taken some off. And I'm talking about the PD. Now I know you probably don't like using a 2 minute chart, but speaking of PD, I mean, remember, it's a weak stock. It is still weak. It had earnings. At one point, it was an all-time low. Even though it was a beat raise, they beat on revenue, they beat on earnings, and they raised higher for the next quarter. Didn't matter. The market didn't still knock them down, though it had a fantastic recovery. However, look what it's doing right now. Is it going to be able to hold that VWAP right there? Is it going to? That purple line. And look how the 8 EMA and the VWAP have converged right on the chart. They've converged. That could be pretty powerful. Acting as either support or resistance on the way up. You get a convergence of those two. Would you agree, William, when you get a convergence? All right, I just heard a little pop, so I'm pretty sure my friend Andy is in our YouTube room. So give me a moment, Andy. Okay, guys, so I am going to take a break now. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome the Texas drawler himself, Andy Lindloff, to the YouTube room.
What's happening, Barry?
Well, I don't know. Well, Andy, I asked the same question to Steve yesterday. How are your swing trades doing?
No, just a mess.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been at flatlining probably for the last week or so, but yeah, it's like it's tough.
Hard.
It's tough.
It's
You
hard.
jump. It is. It's very hard. I mean, it's funny because my wife's account, that her little IRA we set up a while back, I'm up like 12% on the year in that one, because all I'm doing is scalping. I'm just, getting a position. If I get a move in the day, boom, I'm just taking it, and not so much with my account.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But
well, I looked this morning, and when I saw the SPY, and the SPY, I think at one point was up about 4 or 5 points, and I was saying to the room, I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
No.
Now, did I think it was going to go down? Like get fairly negative as it is right now. I mean, I didn't know that, but I just did not believe that the pop could possibly sustain itself. And too bad. I thought maybe we could have one positive day, but it's not looking like it at all.
No, not at all. It's brutal. It's just nonstop selling. They almost like they run them up. There we go, using the they again. But the market runs up and just get pounded. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess you just have to trade what we see and hope for the best. I mean, I as an intraday trader, I guess it's, I don't have the same mental anguish that you do trying to figure out how to swing trade.
Yeah.
But still, it's still not easy, because you're not getting, you're just not getting solid trends one way or the other. You're getting all this jerky action. So anyway, enough of that. Yes. I'm sure you want to engage the. What are you going to talk about? What are you? I don't use.
Probably that's a good topic right there. What Pepe? Yes, it's just everything is tick trading. I've been saying that in the videos. It's been tick trading with oil. It's like everything is aligned with USO, and it's just Algos got their little thing going where they're just tick trading it. So
yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you go, and I'll see you in about 1 hour.
Barry, enjoy your hour. All right.
I will. Thank you.
Have a good one. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. If you do have a question, just drop it in that YouTube chat, and I will try to answer it to the best of my ability. And other than that, yeah, it's I told Steve it's going to be a somber webinar, but Let me see. Let me stick something up here. I was, lately I've been doing better on finding bottoms. Setups are just not working, man. You get these beautiful setups and they're just not following through. The sellers are out there. Uh, but some of these beaten up ones like this SYM, I think is potentially on the verge. I bought this back at like, I think my initial buy was like 48, something like that. Close to on this bar, close to the lows. And this zebra, I want to be in this thing. I mean, it's a short little float, 48 million, tons of revenue. You can see earnings traded up over 300, and it took out it may have been the all-time low the other day right there. So I'm just I want to be in this one, even though it's small size now. It's I think this gets going, once it's gonna, it'll be a nice little popper. But I may have to sit through a little pain. That's why I've probably got 1/4 of a size right now. Uh, well, I take that back. I did add a little bit today, so I got about 1/2 of size. Hey, 3 Sharp, you've added a video. Don't know what you mean by that. I added a video like to the StreamYard. Let me pull one up that I kind of like keeping up over here, especially since these things have just been dogs lately. See if the cues can get about. I wish to the left of your main screen. Are you talking about a video of me? Yes. Is it frozen or something? I see it over with a big smile. I don't know if it's frozen. I don't know what to do. If it's not showing me live, maybe it's just Steve does it also. Okay. Well, we'll have to look into that. Thanks. Thanks for well, Dave says it's fine, so I don't know what's going on. But yes, I see it. It looks like it's frozen for me as well. No, well there I go. Okay. See if the market can get a little bounce here. I tell you, this IBIT is really frustrating. I've been trading it well, but I just keep thinking one of these days it's going to follow through. And I actually I had more because I bought it in my 24-hour trading uh, last night, and I scalped it out. So I'm actually doing better than what I've already scalped out about a quarter of the size. And this I just wasn't able to add in our software for 24-hour trading. Be nice when we get that. We eventually will have to. We'll have to have 24-hour data for everybody once, and it won't be long before I think every broker is offering 24-hour trading on basically every stock. Getting there really fast. Gosh, I don't this ABTC for a while there, it was trading with Bitcoin just fine, but for now it is ceased to be doing that. So it's a shame because as it goes to lows. Intel is actually holding up pretty well today, still up. Scalped out some this morning, and I'll look maybe to jump back in if that gets. Micron is on the list today, but once again, if you're buying, breakouts, it's hard to do in this market. Just going through some of my list while Irene SanDisk. Lunar's just been a mess lately to trade, so may add back in that I bit here came down to the little support level here. If it's going to bounce, I think it'd bounce right here. Surely it's not going to come all the way down. Let me zoom in here so you guys get a better look what I'm looking at here. There's the high of this one, 40.73, so it went just below that high of this bar. But if it's going to bounce, I think it'd do it soon. I think if it breaks through these two highs, which would also correlate to, let's take a look. Gosh, it's just nasty. There we go. You can see the support there on the 15-minute chart. So if it's going to bounce, it would do it right here. Otherwise, man, I don't know what to tell you. It's just going to come right back into its. Qs are kind of digging in, but boy, I'd rather them tag their 200-day. But we're just kind of in no man's land right here. It's hard to trust any sort of bounce that you might see. Like to get down here and let's just set our price alert. Maybe we get it today. Who knows? But well, I can't add here because I did add in my account at 69, but I'm not going to add here because it's the correct amount of shares. Yes, Trader 77. It's very random. I think you really, if you're a swing trader, you really got to be taking some off the table when you get your moves. Kind of what I did in Intel today. Got a decent move, even though I'd like to have held on to the size I had. I just said, you know what, I'm going to bang it out. It's a lot easier. Okay, let's see if that IBIT can dig in here and then do a bar reversal on the next candle. That would be nice. Or what I did with IBIT this morning. I sold about 30 to 40% of my shares on the bar reversal there, and now I'm looking to get back in. So it's going back to that kind of, if you have a strong stock or something you're looking at that's working, do that core position trading where you get a decent move. I mean, this was up, whatever, 5% or whatever it was up, and you just bang some out. And this is how I've got a nice little realized profit on this thing, but still have a position. And that works. The problem the problem is that most of the stocks, it's hard to get uh hard to get a enough move upward to lock in, some decent profits. So, oh, and by the way, I didn't this is not correct on this realized. I made a keystroke error. So when I meant to put in 3,000 and my zeros got stuck on that day and I actually put in 300,000. So I had to get out of some real quick. So once I saw it. So that's kind of stuff's just common. All that you open up, get a nice little push higher, runs right into a moving average. I think Tesla did that uh, yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, pushed in, ran right into its 20 period. You're seeing a lot of that. So if you jump in a stock and you got some, even if you don't have a whole lot of profits, man, just try to bang some out when you run into areas of resistance. That's for sure, because we have some major selling going on. Let's see. Let me go ahead and put another oil. Oh, yeah, it just won't sell off in oil. What's going to happen, and this is why I try to stay in some positions overnight, because what'll probably end up happening is, as we're in this war, and I think we could just have some sort of agreement and some release some of this pressure off oil, and then you're going to have like a big gap and go, and everybody's going to be deer in the headlights because they got beaten up so much, and now they're not going to chase that gap. Or we could crash. Who knows? So it's definitely a risk, but ooh, yeah, Micron has earnings next week. Let's take a look. IoT, Kish. That's a nice looking chart. The only thing I see these all the time, and I'm real hesitant. Anytime there's a gap to be filled, I see it more times than not. I mean, yeah, you definitely want to play something like this, maybe through this, 3-day, 2-day high here. I can see why you'd want to take a shot. I would look for volume. If there's no volume accompanying it, it's a good chance in this environment that it's going to fail. So, what I would do in a situation like that, if I did take that trade, it would be I would keep it real tight. I mean, it's so tight that I would not even want it coming back into below my price alert, or not just a penny below it, but what I'm saying, maybe give it to the high of this bar right here. I just uh, if that pattern doesn't go and it starts waffling and coming back into that range, it can be a very dangerous trade anytime you have a gap that wasn't filled. Okay, I bet I see what you're doing here. You're just going to continue to bleed, aren't you? And there goes oil rocketing to highs. Oh, you're welcome. All right. So since I did that, I'm not afraid to cut it pretty quick when I'm wrong. This is one, 50% pullback from highs. This is really one, that I've been in for a while. I don't want to give up on it because the moment you give up on it, that is the bottom, and then it ends up ripping. But boy, it really gets frustrating, these moves. So now you got this high, which is up against, breaks that. It's more than likely going to go to the 10-period moving average. Probably start seeing these other, like coin. Yeah, that took off this morning. And there goes iBit hitting that alert. Surprised Mara hasn't given up more. Still up 7.5%. Yeah, I don't want you to break down out of that range. Gonna have to sell some. Take a look at the big boys, see if anything's holding up here. Like I said, Intel's probably doing the best. Netflix. See, Barry's got a 30-cent stock going over here, man. Does not look bad. I remember that one. They're all pretty much down. Tesla. I do have a little bit of Tesla. I didn't even put it on here about such small size, just off the 200 day here, but it's small, such small size. I don't even want to put it on my blotter. Just put it in, just buy it, set a stop, and forget about it. Got stopped at Amazon this morning after all that beautiful move. Just came up and got out for basically a flat in that one. What else did I get stopped out of? Oh, I got stopped. I just sold Microsoft yesterday. It was boring me so much. I sold it for a flat, and a good thing I did because it broke down today. Okay, Q's trying to get a bar reversal going, but where's it going to go? Hello, Abish. Oh, I'm gonna call you Abish. I don't know. I can't say that whole name, but my thoughts on oil. It's nonstop, and what it is now. Let's take a look at it technically. I mean, let's put on a weekly chart here. That week, look at that weekly tail there. A lot of shorts got their neck snapped on that one. Yeah, let's put it on the monthly. Now, obviously, this is news driven. Okay, this is USO. This is not going to be. This is a toxic ETF, is what it is. So it's not going to uh, equate, I don't think, to the oil indices, the futures, and all that. But looking at this, yeah, I mean, I could see this is definitely a critical level right here. So let's call it 128. If it gets up to that 128, you could definitely see some resistance there. So let's just put an alert right here, 129 area possibly. The thing about oil, this is probably more uh, fundamentally driven in this push anyway than it is technical. But obviously, I mean, you got technical, you got traders who can definitely push it through those areas and definitely affect the movement, in USO and the futures as far as that goes. But it's one where you may be trying to play it technically, and then all of a sudden some news if you're long and some news comes out and it just starts, uh, falling out of bed. That could definitely throw off your technical analysis. But man, for right now, yeah, it's strong. It is strong. Yeah, silver miners are typically going to. We'll pull up silver real quick. Uh, we can probably go more to a daily on this one. Take a look. And it's always going see, the thing about miners is, they're not just a commodity, they're also an equity, okay? So, the, overall market, movement, price movement can definitely affect the, miners, but silver right now is kind of, hate to say falling out of bed, but it's breaking some critical level right here if it doesn't hold, this level. Uh, where it looked like it tickled it and put in a little tail. It's one if you're could be could be a good day trade on a bar reversal right here after you had a hard sell off down 5%. You put in a little bottoming tail, little, is that a hanging man? I guess they call that a hanging man, don't they? So could be an interesting day trade if it breaks through that high. You've had one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10 down bars in a row, and sitting at support. Gosh, look at Bitcoin is just going to give it all back up. You just took some PS. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Now, I'm kind of like you, Trader 77. Sometimes I get ahead of the game. In other words, I'm gonna, play off this support level in silver. And the problem is y- you really need to let it bar reverse. So if I do something like that, I'll take a small size, maybe a third or no more than a half, and then I can add that if it once it does a bar reversal. That could be an interesting play. take a look at the weekly. Always good to look at multiple time frames, and you can kind of see, you can definitely see the level of support there in the weekly as well. Now, if it doesn't hold this level, you could be looking at down all the way to the 20 period moving average. Let me take one of these and bring it right up there in case it does break. Okay, taking a look at the hour chart, huh? There's definitely different ways. Hate to use the term skin a cat, but yeah, I mean, whatever works for you. Like put it on a 1 hour. I don't have those moving averages, but yeah, even with the how I get 30 minute? Look at that. There's where you had that wick on the 1 hour. Yeah, I can definitely see. Uh, okay, you're not using any sort of crossover, are you? Okay, now we got another 15-minute bar with another bottoming tail. Let's see. Did it do a little tickle? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look on. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that current price alert where I got it. I gave Path a shot today. And I sold it pretty quick once again after earnings. It tried to gap down, then it took out the day after earnings high and bought a little bit around 98, and I got stopped out pretty quick. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not. Like I said, I've had better luck picking bottoms lately than I have, buying setups. Yeah, the setups just get squashed. The Qs are putting up a good fight, but that could definitely be just a bear flag forming for a move lower. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. You got most of us have this bullish mind. You're thinking, "Wow, man, it's digging in down here," and it is looking that way. But you have this downward sloping 10-period moving average, which could come, about the time you think this thing is about to break out of this kind of wedge pattern, it'll get slammed right back down. Typically, when you build those wedges after a move, uh, the flags or wedges, whatever you want to call them, they typically will head in the same direction from whence they came, and I'm sorry, in the same direction that they're in. Doesn't necessarily mean that will happen, but uh, I got to get on that silver player again because I kind of like this potential setup just for maybe a scalp. Now, if it wasn't sitting on support, I would not like this. There you go. Of course, I might probably maybe better off actually buying some more of this high bid on a bar reversal, but well, they're selling everything. But VIX is not, ripping by any means, though. It's taking too long now. Now you got that. Okay, Qs are trying to get a little bounce. Hmm. Yeah, I've seeing a, USO kind of dive down a little bit here too. I bet looking better. Finally got a bar reversal. Yeah, this one's taking too long. Just yep, and look at those cues just get so you got close to that moving average and just got smashed there. But see if this thing, let me bring this down, get back above that level, above that 41. Could add more. You think silver could be a nice little Armageddon trade, but they just been selling everything today. Do like that level though. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Trader 77. It's definitely but if you're short on this move and down and you're seeing, this level here and you're seeing these defend with these bottoming tails, might be looking to cover, on a, basically if it makes another bar, you're talking about, almost a 45-minute to 1 hour high. So could be worth a little. There's sand disk alert. Micron going again as well. Yep, looking pretty good. All right, I'm gonna give you about 5 more minutes to do something, Silver, and then I'm just gonna move on and accept the fact that you're breaking down. What's Nvidia doing? Is it still? It's only down point or 1%. Seeing some of these stocks like Micron and SanDisk, ripping to highs like this makes a man want to think, man, maybe the tech sector is not in that much trouble, and this is just all war and oil related. But we'll see. Time will tell. No, that's a pretty good move there. Let's just do this. Let's just put an alert. That'll give me like a heads up if it goes. Maybe I can put a little buy stop in. Get over here and focus on IBIT and talking about the cues. This is what I'm referring to. Just you got that wedge looking nice, and then you had this 15 period moving average coming down. Still, boy, the thing looks like it wants to come down and test this 200 day. Doesn't have to. Got to lower here. Back starting to hurt. Standing too long. Well, the airlines can't catch a break with oil. There you go, IBIT. Let's get back above that 10 period moving average. Trying to get a little head start in this one. Okay, I am in. I am in at 72. Should have gotten 72. And going to keep it tight. Just use the low, the today's low as the stop. Not going to play around. Go ahead and put it in here. Well, first I better put it in my account. Okay, it is in. Yeah, it's it can get me in trouble too. I mean, a lot of people won't even think about it until it gets above this area that it broke down with which would also correspond to the 10 period moving average. I mean, you're looking at a weak stock with a downward sloping 10 period moving average. So very, very good chance, it gets, you know, done what the Qs just did. All the Qs are coming back now, so we'll see. But I think it's worth a shot. I mean, you could easily get, a $2 or $3 bounce out of this thing. Okay, IBIT. That's encouraging. Geez, now you just every look at these algos, man. Everything I look at, man, is bumping up against its 10 period moving average. Qs, IBIT, silver. Oh, switch to water. I mean, one thing you do have working for us in the silver is that strong area of support, that huge pivot line there. Excuse me. I got allergies. I should have taken my allergy pill. And everything getting slapped down by their 10 period. The Q's just coming off. I bit not coming off too hard. I like to use something technical, and for me, when you have an area like that of support, I am just using today's low. I'm actually in a little bit better on my, and I got 72.72 on my entry, but yeah, I'm just using that you know the low of that bar right there. So basically, just below 72 is my stop. I don't want to mess around with it. If it can't come down to an area of support like that and hold, and wants to if it wants to double dipsy doodle me, I'll just it can just get me because very low tolerance in this type of market for sure. And
Just a minute, Andy. I'm looking up double dipsy
dipsy.
doodle in Wikipedia or Investopedia, trying to see where is that as a technical term.
It's a pattern I often see. What happens, Barry, is you have the first people that jump in, on this thinking they caught the bottom, and what will happen? It'll roll back over and
Right.
take out anybody who bought there, and then will turn and go. So I coined the phrase "double dipsy doodle" years ago, and I
Well, you better patent it because
yeah,
otherwise I'll start using it and I'll claim it as my own.
there you go.
Anyway, Andy, I can relieve you now if you want. It's 3 minutes
Okay,
to the hour, but
I
I can
appreciate
relieve
that,
you now if
Barry.
you
Come
want.
in early like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have
All
a great
right.
weekend,
Yeah,
and
yeah. We'll
I guess
do.
we'll see you next week.
All right,
Now, are
buddy.
you doing double duty next week? Or
No, that should be Steve's
that's
turn.
Steve
Yeah.
doing double?
Yep.
Okay. All
Yep.
right.
I went
Okay.
last
Well,
week. All right.
okay. Cool. We'll see you
Have
next
have a good
weekend
one,
then,
Barry. Have
or
a great
next week.
weekend.
Okay.
Okay. Have
Bye.
a great weekend, everybody.
Okay, guys, back in the main room, just waiting to take over the screen. Whoops, Andy is still there, I guess. Andy, there we go. All right, guys, back in both rooms now. And let's get rid of my message. Music's going. Okay, well, into the home stretch, guys. So keep an eye on the HIMX. I mean, it is now trying to, it broke down through 10, trying to do a little curl action right here. Okay. Volume came in. Some volume came in. So let's see if it can hold 10 and maybe have a little run. Now, if William's looking at this, he's going, well, wait a minute, Barry, there's that ADMA on the 5-minute chart. But I'm going to look at the VWAP more than anything. Speaking of William, Where to add all my existing stocks? I want to use TI Way for entry and exit. Have you ever created a symbol list? You have to create a symbol list, okay? If you've not done that before, you have to create a symbol list or a watch list, symbol list, put those stocks in, and then you have to, once you've done that, then you have to add that symbol list to either a top list window or an alert, well, probably an alert window, okay? Or a top list window. And then you have your trade wave on your chart. So when you click on a symbol, you'll see what it looks like. Now, you're not going to get an entry or an exit. In other words, you're not going to get a buy or a sell flag. You'll have to determine whether or not it looks good or not. Okay, so if you're looking for the actual buy and the sell, no, it's not going to happen. Yes, because you're not going to get a real-time alert. That's something that we love to get, but you're not going to get an alert. For instance, when you get a buy flag, if I'm pointing at the EQNR right now, you're not going to get an alert when a buy flag shows up. The idea really is that if BWIN was in your list and you clicking on it right now, I mean, you might look at that and go, okay, I like the pattern, and then I start following the wave if it keeps moving. But you're not going to see a buy flag early if that's what you're talking about. You have to click on the symbol and okay, and then you have to see what it is, what's it doing. Be nice to get a buy flag, yeah, but we don't have it yet. I shouldn't say yet. We don't have it at all. So it's definitely something that people are wanting, but we do not have it. So if that's what you're looking for, we don't have it. Well, you can get an alert. You can't get an alert for the buy flag or the sell flag. You can get another alert. You can get if in your symbol list or that you construct and then attach it to an alert window, and then your trigger say a new high of the day. It may coincide closely with where a buy alert could be. Okay, but you're not going to get a buy alert. You're not going to get a real time alert when a buy flag or a sell flag shows up. But I mean, these are all real time alerts right here. This is an example of a scan. Okay, an alert window. Last one was at 12:04. So you could create your symbol list with the stocks you want to follow, and then you have to have some kind of a trigger. Is it going to be the new high of the day, a new 5-minute high, whatever that trigger is going to be? Trigger meaning like this. So on this scan, as an example, it's looking for stocks between $2 and $50. Current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this time of day, etc. Okay, these are all the filters I'm using. So if they're all satisfied and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So if I had clicked on this HNI, this is a suggestion to go short. Okay, when was that? So the alert happened at 12:04. At 11:46, there was a sell flag. Okay, you would not have got that. Okay, as an alert, but you might have looked at this and say, "Well, wait a minute, I just got an alert right here, and just a few bars previous, there was a sell flag." So you could have said to yourself, "You know what? I like it." Not because you saw a sell flag, but because it made a new low. It satisfied all your requirements, made a new low, and then oh yeah, coincidentally, there was a sell flag just a few bars before. That's going short, of course, but something. Let's take a look at AIFF. Probably not a good example because it had already run. OFRM, I mean the last buy flag, or the buy flag right there, 11:24. But the original alert happened at 1777 right here, popped up. Then you had a buy flag here. So you know what I mean? You're not going to get an alert, a real-time alert for the buy flag. Be great to get it. I mean, are they all going to work like this? No. But it'd be nice to be able to construct your own scan and say, okay, my trigger, instead of a new high of the day, tell me when I get a new buy flag or a new sell flag, and I'd like to be able to get it someday, but we don't have it now. Okay, no problem. HIMX News. Okay, let's take a look at the HIMX News. What news was that, William? The news yesterday, of course, was linking it to NVIDIA AI optics, Apple smart glasses. I mean, it's hard to believe, isn't it? On the rise, following a report by Hunter Brook saying the company appears to be the manufacturing critical optical, or appears to be manufacturing. Ah, okay, manufacturing critical optical components for NVIDIA's AI data center, etc. Doesn't mean they're the only ones, of course. That was the reason for yesterday, but it already had been running. This had already been running for 4 days before today. Ah, okay. Deleted pictures calling Apple a partner. Well, because in the same press release, Apple smart glasses. So they've deleted that. Okay. Well, guys, I think that we are. You never know what could happen, of course, but the SPY is now sort of in this choppy area, up, down, up, down, up, down, but looking lower. And there's that VWAP. Falling VWAP. Oh, well, we don't have any information like that, Clara. Okay. I mean, that is something that, you might want to look. I mean, I'm not suggesting you do this, but looking at analysts, if there are any analysts who are out there that following it, but we don't certainly do that. And again, I would take that with a grain of salt also. The only thing I would say is that, I mean, obviously, if you look at CLAR right now, KLAR right now, the high today was 1664. The high yesterday was 1673. The high the day before that was 1678. It would, if it could find a way to break this, then the next high is up here, 2013. That's not to say it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Okay. And there's no way to know expected growth, how many days, etc. There's no, I mean, because those are going to be opinions. Okay. They're not going to be based on technicals or fundamentals even. They'll just be opinions. I actually have a price alert for this. If it happens maybe on Monday, it gives us an opportunity to maybe take a look at this and see how close it can get to that high. But you're just what you're asking for is more of an opinion. I have no opinion. Okay, I don't. I'm not a swing trader. I'm not looking. I just look at it technically to see if it could break that. And then it's got a shot into that area. Doesn't mean it's going. Even if it breaks this, doesn't mean it's going to move a penny higher. But at least you're taking out one of the reasons why it could go higher out of the equation, which is potential chart resistance. Then did you purchase it because of the AI, Samara? I'm just looking here. Yeah, it happens to be an AI alert. Well, again, how you trade this or how you're going to remember now, it had earnings. I mean, the reason why it was beaten down, on this day right here, it was an earnings play, and I got beaten down. What did it close? What did it get up? What was it the day before? 2019, and it got down to. I mean, that's a big beat down when I mean, the stock was sitting at $20. 2 days later, it's 12. After earnings, it kept moving down. Yes, it had a little pop up here, but you're sort of stuck in this area. So think of it this way: for all the reasons it got beaten down because of earnings, they're still there, unless they've come up with some stupendous news since then. So I'm not saying don't hold it, but you just have to be aware of the risks. I think the best thing that could happen if is that. See, here's the problem I would have with it also, because look what it did. It got up to that 1664, and it just pulled back all the way to 1618. I mean, that's a pretty, you'd like to see a stock, if it's going to close today, well, when it closes today, take a look at it and hopefully holding near the high of the day. Where's TradeWave showing a growth of 15%? Where is trade? How is TradeWave? I mean, is showing a growth of 15%. Where or TI wave, sorry. Where is it showing a growth of 15%? Where are you getting that number? Well, again, it doesn't mean it's going to hit that though. That's I mean that's just an area of okay. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. Just like I'm saying here, the next if this can get if Clark can get through, probably not today, but maybe on Monday even. But if it can get through this level right there, 1673, which are basically the three highs, then the next high is $20.19. I'm not saying it's going to get there. It just means that at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance, nearby. If the next high had been like, a dime above here, it's very conceivable it could stop there. So, I mean, these are just all this is. You're just trying to put the odds in your favor a little bit, by saying, okay, at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance, but a bunch of other reasons why it may not go up, may not go higher. Because there's room doesn't mean it's going to get there. I guess that's what I'm really trying to say. If it were that easy, Samara, just saying, okay, there's the next high, it's going to get there or close. Boy, it'd be trading would be super simple. All right, guys, it's 1:13 now. So what I'm going to do is go over my homepage and show you the information you can find on my homepage, including some of the scans, etc., that I am currently sharing. In a moment, as I'm finding my homepage, and then I'll load it. Hmm. Okay, guys, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see, as always, right at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. It works for both of our plans. We have a standard plan and a premium plan. So the 25% can be used for both the monthlies or the annual for both those plans, okay? All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate 2 rooms, a YouTube room and the main room, the trading room right here. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room is a lot more active, a lot more traders in here, more interaction amongst traders. Okay, you can stay in YouTube if you want, but you probably, if you're in YouTube, it's probably because you just want to maybe listen to me and see my screen. You don't care that much about interacting with other traders. But if you do come into the trading room, it's free. Couple of other bonuses. This room is open at the trading room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time in the morning. Okay, thank you, Obi. He does that. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Tough time zone for me to do that. So Obi does that, and I get on the mic both rooms at around 9 o'clock, and then I usually take off sometime. Excuse me, between 2 and 2:30. But I'll always stay later if there are questions. If you have questions, I'll almost stay as late as you want. If you have questions. So this room now, William, I don't know if you told me about today. Usually Fridays, if he's William, will usually keep this room open after I leave, and usually on Fridays it's 3:30 ish. Here you go, 3:30. So I'll say this: typically Monday to Thursday, this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45. And on Friday, 6:45 to 3:30, typically. The gentlemen who do it, they don't have to do it, but they're out of the goodness of their hearts, they do it. So a little golf applause for both William and Obi for doing that day in and day out, well, every week. Education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or you're wondering about Trade Ideas, is this a good fit for you? Well, you can take a look. First of all, click on my homepage link. You know what? Before I do that, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit more until you see Get it simple or keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week, it's an email that comes to you, and it gives you a suggested entry and a suggested stop. You don't have to. You trade it the way you see fit, or not at all. It's up to you. I know. I know. I know. Can't get it across the border, Obi. We'll go into your local little store and buy some Molson's. So, education. As I said, if you have taken out a subscription or you're wondering about the product, first thing, if you've taken out a subscription, first thing you must do, this is mandatory, okay? 12 short videos to get you started, covering most of the key elements of the program. This is not going to make you an expert in the program, but it's certainly going to cover a lot of the questions you may have when you're first starting. And if you don't have trade ideas, the same idea. Take a look, start off with that second video, go to the end, probably cover a lot of the questions you may have about before you make some kind of a mini commitment. A mini commitment meaning, you know what, you can try this for a month. You don't like it, unsubscribe. It's really that simple. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, and you've scrolled on my, clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, custom scans, okay? So this is what I'm currently sharing with everybody. This is the large cap gainer race right over here. Upside versus downside movers is here. I have another race. I don't have it up and running. This race is a lot more volatile. Notice you see a percent of 0.36. In that other race, you could see big percentage moves because it's way more volatile. But with big percentage moves up, can come big percentage moves down. So this is a little more calm, Pre-market actors up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market to sort of get a sense for what stocks we might want to be watching once 9:30 happens. Pulse resumes. Finally got a little more action in this one. And the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan, I do not have them up and running, but you can take a look at them for sure. I added this one, I think yesterday. Yeah, and this is what it looks like. It's a very short list of stocks usually. Okay. And so it gives you not a bad watch list. Just you can just watch these sort of stocks all day long. You don't know if it's in pink, it's a suggestion to short. If it's in green, a suggestion to go long. But of course, a stock could work very well on the long side, and then it could stall, and you could maybe turn around and short it. So I mean, it's an interesting watch list. So, Ovi, which one is that? Is this one? Because is this the one you're talking about? You're not talking about the ATR that I threw together. You're talking about this one here. I, that one. Okay. So you added an ATR of 4. That'll really reduce it. Just out of curiosity, let me do that. Well, do a history. That'll probably really. Well, you know what? I can. I don't have to do it. I can just go down here, click on them, and I can find out what the ATR was. Okay, so would not have seen HNI, would not have seen HIMX, would not have seen Arrow, would not have seen AIFF, would not have seen this one, would not have seen OFRM. So I don't think I would have seen any of these. See, all I'm doing, I'm just looking here at the percentages here. I'm looking for 400%. Now, so did you make any other changes? Because you're in this list here, you would not see any, not even one. So did you make any other changes so that you can see at least some that have an ATR of 4? Oh. Excuse me. I think I made a mistake. You're not talking about, you're talking about the actual ATR itself. Okay, let's do it again. I thought you were talking about in relation to the ATR, what has it done? So let me do this again. So, okay. So here's the average true range. Now I'm just looking at this column here, or that number there. Boy, Ovi, you're really reducing everything here. Okay. Well, that'll help, obviously, because in my list here, I don't think I'm even going to get one with an ATR of 4. Never mind the percentage. No, I'm sure I'm not going to, because they're pretty, I mean, a $16 stock to have an ATR of 4, pretty rare. So you are okay. So you've taken the 1,200. Okay, which makes sense. Okay, if you have a $1,200 stock to have an ATR of 4 is probably not unrealistic. Guys, I mean, this was I mean, I know this is in theory not using it for this, the ATR tracker that I call it. We're looking more to see if a stock can come back into the maybe to the VWAP or some other level. But boy, I'm seeing a lot of these that just held the VWAP and moved. Certainly, this is on the top of the list, and yeah, I mean the spread was great, 1 penny right now. Okay, let's take a look. AEHR. Okay, so you're right. The average true rate is, but I put a minimum of I put a minimum of 200%. Okay, Ovi, like a ratio of two. So it's not that I just want to see stocks with high average true ranges. I want to see, okay, are they acting abnormally with respect to the average true range? So you can see this is not, today's range is 5.34. You divide 5.15 into 5.34, it's, kind of almost the same. Whereas if you look at this one, which is going to be, SVCO, its average true range was 23, and its today's range is $1.19. So you divide 23 into $1.19, and you get a 500%, 507%. So that means it's trading 5 times its average true range. That to me is more important than just the actual number. Because if I said, okay, oh man, it's got an average true range of 5, what if it normally is 10? No. What if its average true range is 5, and today its range is only 2? It's not trading abnormally compared to its average true range. Obi, where are you sitting these days? Are you in Spain or somewhere in Europe? I think Spain. I thought so. You lucky dog, you on the coast or near Madrid, near Madrid or. Mhm. Been a couple of times. Very impressive. The thumping drums of Barcelona. Barcelona. Don't say Barcelona there, boy. You'll get slammed. Don't think I ever went north. I don't think we ever really got north of Spain or Spain of Madrid. I don't think so. Well, Ovi, do you have room at your hacienda for us? Yeah, right. I'm sure. All right, guys. Well, it's 1:29, so getting close to an eventful week, probably a very eventful weekend. Oh, give me one moment, please. One moment. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I keep forgetting our gardeners now come Friday afternoons instead of Tuesday morning. So it's a little stuff I have to do before they come. So anyway, all right. So what time is it now? 1:32. So I had to do a sprint down the stairs and out the backyard and move some things around so they didn't cut them. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, let's see. I'm just looking at this SVCO. Hmm. We're shortable. So now this is more interesting. I'm going to really pay attention to this on Monday. I'm going to, I might have to pare the list down a little bit. I don't want to have a huge list, but I'm going to pay attention to this on Monday and just see what sort of interesting setups we get. That's from the ATR tracker. All right, guys. So the HIMX, I mean, it's just doing a little bit of a wave here, isn't it? A little up, a little down, a little up. Still think I'm going to be interested. The VWAP is way up there, so that's not an issue. I might put a price alert around 10, 11 and see if it gets back up there. Maybe a late day trader. Another one, guys, you might want to be watching. I am Gold, IAG, coming right into the VWAP. It's right at that 5.8. As I guess I'll start talking about the 5.8 now with William. And it's close to the VWAP also. Will that stall it? I mean, will it stall it? Gold is not a positive. Well, silver. Wow, silver's down 3.8% now. It's rallied a bit, but I mean, it's still down. Excuse me. What a nice. Uh-oh, we got something going on with our charts or our. Hmm. Losing all the data I had here. So just give me a moment. Might be a reset connection issue. Okay, guys, I think we're running into a problem again with our charts. I think we're running into a problem. Yes. We had this problem yesterday. So, well, before I contact development, I want to make sure it's not just one of those things that, okay. Yeah, but I had other information beside the price. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even look. Staring at me. The single stock window is blank. Yes. That's for everybody. Single stock window is blank for everybody. Just want to make sure it's not just me. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do the reset a couple of more times. I don't want to talk to development in case it just comes back. Sometimes it just comes back on its own. You do. See, it all depends on the server you're on. So just the details. Yeah, you're right. How about, so you're on details, William? Okay. Well, again, it depends on the server sometimes that a person is on. All right. Well, I'm going to just. mean, it's not the end of the world. At least the charts are loading. But I always, I do like 100% share. Use the use the downloadable application. Do not use the Windows software. Okay, or the web-based version. I should call it. I'm sorry, the web-based version. I should not have said Windows. The web-based version. Okay, and thank you for doing that. Just want to see if this. Now, if you just subscribed, Did you take the? Did you look at those 12 short videos to start? Okay, mandatory. You do that. Okay. I don't know if you've already done that. Because if you don't do that, there's all I mean, you won't know what an alert window is, what a top list. Okay, it's on your to-do list. First thing you must do, okay? Again, as I always like to say, it's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but at least it's going to cover most of the key elements, okay? And because if you don't know what you're looking at, what is a top list window? What is an alert window? What are these things? I think the videos are pretty good. Swell. So you entered Kava. Okay, let's take a look at Kava. So this is what I do. Okay, Swells. I don't know if you have the trade wave. If you have the trade wave or TI wave, sorry, I got to watch myself. If you have the TI wave, okay. So depends on the time frame you're looking at. Okay, I have it here on a 2-minute chart. Where were you? Where did you get in on it? Okay. Oh, you're up $1. So 82. So let's call it 81.88. So it looks like you took it around the break of the VWAP. Looks like it. I mean that the VWAP is right around that area. Okay, so let's say you did, and which coincidentally, what was the buy flag? Okay, it's just a coincidence. Okay, so you're in here. So if I were in this one, the only danger part I would have found on the 2-minute chart was at 118 when the bar pierced into the wave on the 2-minute. What time frame are you using, Swells? What time frame on your charts are you using? Well, you have a chart, obviously. What's the number? That's a that's a well, yeah. If what you mean by you're trying to figure it out, you mean you're trying to figure out what makes the most sense to you, or what you're going to get most comfortable with. Is that what you mean by when you're saying you're trying to figure that out? Well, let me look at a 2-minute chart on that. Okay, so the only danger part would have been right there when the bar broke down below the bottom of the wave. Okay, that would have been the little danger area where I probably would have taken some off, not all. Okay, but then I keep riding it, riding it, riding. Now, right there to me would be if you didn't take anything off here, right here, I'd be taking some off, no question. Not necessarily everything, but you see how it's starting to curl on the two. Now, again, it depends on the time frame you're looking at. On a 5-minute chart, I mean, it's still a little iffy because that bar is getting to the bottom, but it really depends on what time frame you get comfortable with. Because at this point right there, if I hadn't taken anything off, I would for sure be taking some off right here. Not necessarily everything. If I'm on a 2-minute chart, what I might do though is I go to a 1-minute chart just to see if it has turned orange. My guess is it probably has. See a little orange here? So there's no question. if I'd seen that on the 2 minute chart, I would go to my 1 minute just to confirm that there's a little orange. I would be definitely taking some off. Well, this is a 1 minute chart. I typically have a 2 and a 5, for intraday trading. Okay. So I mean it's whatever time frame you want. When you say, oh, where is, okay, I'm sorry. See that now it depends on what if you're using the wave, you'll probably see a clock. Can you see the clock that I'm pointing at? The little clock. Okay, so when you click on the clock, here are your time frames. You have 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, etc. Okay. So you pick whatever time frame you want. You want to change that to a 15, just click on the 15. Now it's a 15-minute chart. Okay. I happen to have 2 and 5 as my intraday charts, weekly, daily, monthly as my outside of daily charts. So I would not necessarily be out of the entire trade at this point. But when you start looking at, so it depends on the time frame you're looking at. So if you've got like a 5 minute chart, then I would definitely be going down a time frame to see, as you start to see this action, to see, well, is it turning? Is it turning a different color? Okay. And well, we already demonstrated it has. So you go to a 1 minute chart, it's going to confirm that now is turned orange. Except I think our charts are acting up now, because this was the precursor. Oh, there we go. And you can see the little sell flag and the little orange. So now I'm not saying get out of the entire trade. I mean, that's got to be up to you. But if you hadn't taken anything off, there's no question I'd be taking some off here, and possibly the whole trade. I mean, it's still a pretty strong stock. It hasn't succumbed so much to market pressures. But at this point, it's really going to be up to you. I mean, this looks pretty, bad. I mean, it looks like it really wants to start moving down now. Now we're getting gaps here, so I have a feeling there's something going on with our charts. So sometimes all it takes is hitting the reset 100 times. Dry humor. Well, the good news is, well, for me anyway, I'm sort of getting close to the end of my week. And yet, William, you're okay. And so it really depends on whatever server you're on. We have different servers, of course, for the program. Yeah. So William is on the super duper secret server that only he has access to, probably because his charts details window is working. As he said, he pays a little more for the product. Yeah, that's how I use it, Swells. I use the wave just to tending to keep me in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. And then when you start to see a downturn, then I start to think, okay, maybe take some off. Not everything though, necessarily. So when you say the daily alerts, are you talking from the AI? You're talking about these? What daily alerts? Oh, from the email. Oh, see, I don't look at the email. Are you talking? Are those the five swing trades? Is that the five? Four? You only had four? Let me just well, I mean, a lot of that has to be up to you. How it closes. I mean, listen, we're in a market. It's pretty tough. So yeah, so Kishore, we're aware of it. I'm talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. We're aware of the problem in terms of losing the data. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so those are the four. I see. Okay. Usually there are five. So, I mean, listen, Andy, I don't know if you listened to him, but he was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I mean, it's tough to swing. I mean, it's I'm sure most of the day, like, "Well, here's an energy play," but even energy, what happens if over the weekend something happens and all of a sudden the oil stocks plummet? Now this is a grocer, another energy stock. What's this one? What? Well, anyway, you understand what I mean. It's tough to swing, in my opinion. But I mean, if the only way I would swing is if the stock closed near the high of the day, okay, or the high of the week, I suppose, and had room to keep running. If you look left on, say, the weekly or the daily, had room to keep running. But again, I mean, it's Andy and Steve are the big swing traders at Trade Ideas, and they're not swing trading right now. Well, if your style is to be out of all trades at the end of the day, then that's what I would keep doing that, especially in this market. Doesn't mean that one of those might just keep ripping and ripping. I mean, look at HIMX. This was one I was fixated on earlier, but I mean, not that that was on, not that was on that list, but you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 huge days before a pullback yesterday, and now another kind of little pullback. But there are not that many like this in this market. So I mean, this had some news, on its own, I suppose, but it's a real challenge. AJ Burke in our YouTube room. Can I enable go no go charts onto a candlestick chart? No, it requires a stick chart or a bar chart, which is the reason why I now use bar charts. I love bar charts now. And this is after using candlestick charts for, I don't know, 20, 30 years. I mean, I don't even know how long. But when I was looking at Go No Go last year, in order to use it, it has to be a bar chart. That's the way it works. Exactly. You wouldn't know where the open and close is otherwise. So, and then once I started seeing these bar charts, I thought I like them. I like how little space they take up compared to the candlestick charts. To me, it was just clearer. I could very clearly see the open, low, the high, low, open, and close fairly easily. I mean, you can do it on a candlestick chart. I understand that, but I just like the presentation. So I've stuck with this now for probably at least a year, and I can't imagine going back. Especially on a daily chart. I mean, it really stands out on a daily chart. The little juttings. I do have it back. Yes. Okay, and I didn't do anything. Well, the gentleman who looks after these servers was definitely on it. Let's see that before we say it's. Let's not be too hasty. Well, I've lost it again, so I was all set to. Have you still got yours, Bo? Or is it, yours is gone again? Yeah. Hey, I just hit the reset. I don't know if that was just a coincidence, but let's see. Might be back now. Exactly. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. on a Friday. It's time to pack it in. But William is going to keep the room open until 3:30. So okay. I don't know if that was one of the ones, but let's take a look because this is the don't repeat version of it, okay? So you're asking about IBRX. Let's see if it, unless I'm missing it, it did not show up on this list. Now the reason might be, I have filters in place, but I don't see IBRX. This is the repeating version, okay? But let's see why it might not have shown up. It did? Okay, maybe I'm just not seeing it. Now, I may have made some changes, maybe what I've shared. I don't think so though. But let me just quickly see IBRX, okay? 30. It's hard now to without my single stock window. But remember, let's do this, okay? If you right click, um, so that would have been a down big yesterday. Oh yeah, down big up today. Okay, so let's take a look at this. I'm going to go to the down big yesterday, but up big today. Open the alert window. Can you do that? And let's see if our filters match. Okay, let's see if the filters match. Can you do that? Do you know how to do that? If you don't, I know I did it quickly, so I can do it again. Okay, so do that. And let's see if we've got a match. I know. See, I have a custom formula in here. You see that 0.5? I forgot. That's why I can't quite. So what that means is when I get an alert, I have to see either on the upside or the downside. When I look left onto a daily chart, I have to see at least 50 cents away. Okay, so for instance, see the alert for kids at 290, so it's looking left, and the next high is 395. Obviously, $1 away. Okay, so the minimum when I get an alert and say it's on the high side, it's looking left and saying is the next high on a daily chart at least 50 cents away when I'm going long. And if I'm going short, is the next low on a daily chart at least 50 cents away. It's a custom formula. And unfortunately, it doesn't copy. In other words, if I gave you this, you're not going to see it. You have to add it to your if you've ever created a custom formula before. I can show you how to do it if you want and add it, but so what's happened is you have got this one and you've probably never created a custom formula before because the actual number it's called U28 when you create custom formulas, you can create 100 of them. So that was called U28. So as long as you had never created a custom formula before, that was U28. Otherwise, it would have overwritten it, if that makes sense. But the fact that you probably don't have it just means that it's not acting for you. So that's why I'm not seeing IBRX. Does that make sense? Because at the time of whatever alert you got, the next high was within 50 cents away. Yeah, we're getting hit or miss now on the data. And as somebody said, it is Friday afternoon, so this might be a good enough time. I don't know if you're going to want to stick around, William, but because you're getting data, so you don't care. See, right now it's requiring to hit your reset even just once, and it'll last for a while. Except no, look at the charts. So my single stock is populating, but my charts are not, and now they are. You see, so it is going to be real hit or miss. It's funny, isn't it? And now the charts are, but not the single stock. If I click on account reset, so you cannot automate that Frito-Lay though. Okay, you cannot automate it. You can automate your own strategies if you want, but again, what sort of trading experience do you have? Because hardly any one of us auto trades. Honestly, I mean, if I thought auto trading was the way to go, I would have been doing it for. I would have been doing it for years. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but I just want to understand what sort of trading experience you have. But you cannot auto trade the Holly AI long, or you cannot auto trade it. I mean, this the only thing you can auto trade is your own scan. Okay. Okay. So, you have your strategies here. You would bring a strategy in. Okay. You connect it. Again, this is very advanced, super advanced. You connect to your Interactor Brokers account, connect, etc. Okay. You bring a strategy in that you've back tested and you're positive, that you want to auto trade it. And let's pretend one of these was one of them. So you turn it on, enable. But again, this is really, really advanced stuff. So let's say so you enable it. Now it's on, and then you have to go in. But you can't auto trade it. You can take an individual scan. You can't put the AI Holly AI long signals in here to auto trade it if that's what you're trying to do. You're not talking about here the long signals that you're getting today. You're talking about from the AI long term, Holly. Or what are you talking about? Are you talking about the long alerts that we had today from the AI, which, obviously there are L's there? Is that what you're talking about? If I just went, okay, but you cannot auto trade it. So I'm not sure you cannot auto trade it. You cannot take that and put it in here to auto trade it. So are we talking about auto trading? I mean, you can take the individual alert if you like it and trade it as normally. Not to auto trade it, not to your. I mean, it can be sent to your interactor brokers, but you're not going to be auto trading. Okay. So if I click on a symbol, if I click on like if I click this symbol, not here, but so when I click on a symbol here, okay, AIFF, it loads into my order entry into my interactor broker's account. Yes, I can send it to my interactor broker's account, but from there but from there, I mean that's how I'm trading. You guys hear me take a trade away. I'm trading from within interactor brokers. The We have this external linking tools, external linking, and notice I am linked to interactor brokers, but it's nothing to do with auto trading. It's just a huge time saver. Okay, so when you see me, I'm clicking on many symbols all day long. So when I click on a symbol, when I see something, I don't have to type in BATL into my order entry. I click on it and it automatically loads into my order entry. And from there, I trade it. Nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. Okay. So the answer is, can you send it? Yes. Take a look at so this is what you're talking about. So if I like this one, the gilt, okay, if I like or LWLG, if I wanted to trade it, yeah, I click on it and it loads. Oops, CVG, I just switched. When I click on it, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform, and then I can trade it. So when you say cannot be sent anywhere, no, you can send it depending on your broker. Most brokers, we can establish a link, that external linking. Most brokers. So again, as I click on this, it's being sent into my order entry, and from there I trade it. Okay, but this cannot be put into Brokerage Plus as a strategy. But if you created your own scan, you could put it in Brokerage Plus, turn it on, and edit it so it's taking a certain number of shares all the time, or a certain dollar value all the time, with a stop, etc. But that means you're going to take your own strategy, you're going to back test it, and you're going to like what you see, and then you turn it on. Again, most people do not do that. Okay, does that make sense? No. If you're asking, like, do I have a strategy that could be auto traded that's going to make you money? No. Okay. The thing about trying to create your own strategy and then you back test it, and you could back test it. So, I mean, back testing, you're going to see an equity curve and maybe it looks pretty good. And then you can kind of go in, maybe you find a time frame without trying to, form fit it too much. Because you have to have a certain number of symbols. You can't say, "Oh, okay, you know what? Why don't I do this?" So if I said I wanted to backtest this strategy, okay? Well, no, now we're down to a few stocks. I mean, then that's what, as Barry said, Barry with a Y, is curve fitting, okay? But this is the whole idea of backtesting, and it's part of the premium service. But so if I wanted to backtest, if I called this a strategy, if I did call this a strategy, now I've got a long and short in here, so but I'm not going to. So if I said, okay, what if I took every single trade that came in here, every stock that came in here over the last 3 months, I took everything. What would happen? Start time at 9:30. Maybe I delay it a little bit. Don't start taking trades until 9:50. I'll end. I don't know. I'm just going to pick. You see, this is what you have to do. You have to start trying to optimize. So anyway, I'm going to just cook the simulation by. It's probably going to look terrible. Win rate is 0. Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry. It's just starting out. Now, normally you don't do this during the day because it's usually very intensive, performance intensive during the day. You do it at the end of the day. Okay, yeah, you see, I'm only 11, and I'll bet with the our server's having problems. I'll bet that this is because I have tried this during the day just as demonstration, and it usually would be done by now. But my guess is that the servers are ugly so far. Yeah, I'm going to stop this. I don't even know if I can stop it. Okay, I won't stop it, but this is what you see. Here's your equity curve. So obviously, you would not want to have a strategy like that. So let's pretend you created a scan, and then you did what I just did. Okay, you said, okay, I'm going to take every occurrence of the symbol of a symbol that shows up over the last 3 months. Okay, what would happen? So in this particular case, you'd look at that. I'd be looking at this and say, well, that's a terrible strategy. Okay, I don't want to. Do I care? No, because I click on the symbols and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. So I do want to see them. But if I were trying to do something in auto fashion, then you'd want to have an equity curve that at least is going higher, than your initial. I guess I started out with 50,000 or something in here. Okay. This is all screwed up right now. These should be finished by now, but imagine it is, and that's your equity curve. So you'd say, well, okay. Normally, what would happen is it would be finished, and then you could have some options saying, okay, maybe there's a time of day that seems to work better. Let's see if I can do another one and just do one. I'm going to take one of these out. Yeah. See, we're not getting any data. I mean, I just think it's something to do with. This is all in our guide, also. Okay. Okay, this is looking better. I mean, looking better in terms of it's going to finish. Okay, so what this is telling me, it's still bad. I mean, look, the equity curve is down. You're not making money. Okay. Let's say, though, for argument's sake, that it was a positive equity curve. Okay. And so then you could go into optimization. Okay. Then you start looking at maybe there's a better price range. Maybe there's a price range, but you can't go, okay, I want that price range. I want that one. They have to be contiguous. Okay. But maybe there's a price range that's just standing out, or a price range that's standing out not to take. Okay. But let's say there, maybe you do this and you say, man, okay, between 10 and $34, that's the sweet spot. Or time of day. Maybe there's a better time of day. Looks like if you take any of these trades afternoon, there's hardly any, or no, there are no winners. Okay. So you wouldn't do this trade. You wouldn't take trades afternoon, as an example. Looks like the sweet spot right now is between 10 and 10:30. Okay. And there's a lot of trades there. That's the idea. Okay. So you imagine you're tinkering all the time because there's other ways to optimize. Here are all the other filters. This is sort of what the AI goes through. Okay. Here are all the other filters. Well, it's not so awesome, Frito Lay, honestly. It's awesome if you've got the time and the inclination. I wouldn't even look at this. I mean, these are every single filter we've got. But, if you just wanted to have fun, maybe take a look at the time of day and the stock price, and start from there and see, if you can eliminate or concentrate on certain times of the day, or a certain price range. But what can happen is you can get it. Let's just say I sort of optimized it using something else. Okay, using some figures I found. Maybe there's a better price range. Maybe there's a better time of day to do all this. And then the equity curve. You would want it to be positive to begin the exercise, because I mean it's going to be pretty tough to optimize something that is just not giving you, you're already losing. But let's just say the equity curve wasn't too bad. It was just sneaking up. Okay. And then you say, okay, let me see if I can optimize it. And then the equity curve gets even more steep. And you say, great, there's my strategy. And you start to run it and you auto trade it. And maybe it works for a couple of days. And all of a sudden it's terrible. Okay. And you wonder, well, what happened? The problem is that market conditions change, and they could change, certainly within a week, or something happens. And all of a sudden you've got to go back to the drawing board and you've got to tweak things again. So again, that's what I meant. If you've got the time and inclination, yeah. What I would do, I mean, if you're truly, truly wanting to try something like this, what you would do is you would use it in the simulator first. You could take your strategy, you optimize it, it looks decent to you, and you say, okay, I'm going to take every single trade over the last 3 months that came through that scan, and run it in the simulator and see what would happen. Okay. The whole reason you bought to automate trades, really. Well, I hope that nobody told you when you first bought it that, oh yeah, it's simple to automate, and because there's a reason why most of us don't automate. I mean, in a real world, automation makes perfect sense, okay, in terms of discipline, because it takes all the emotion out of trading. In a perfect world, it takes all the emotion out of trading. Gets you in, it gets you out at maybe if you have a profit target, takes you out at your stop, and you move on. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. The problem is trying to make money doing it. So yeah, it can take all the emotion out, but if you're not making money, then a different sort of emotion comes in. So to go back to your question, are there any scans or something that have been tested? No. I mean, that's the theory behind the AI, okay? And the AI alerts are strategies are proprietary, but that is kind of the theory behind the AI. I don't know, I really don't even know how many strategies they have now. I know they used to have 50. So overnight, what would happen is they go run through every one of the strategies, all 50 of them, and they generate an equity curve and then see if they could tinker with it to get something with a minimum win percentage and profit factor. And if it had the minimum win percentage and profit factor, then it passes to the next. Then so it's optimized and it becomes the candidate for the next day. So these, I have no idea what actual scans these came from. I don't really care. All I care about is seeing the alerts. I don't care if the scan is called up yesterday, down big today, or I'm just making something up. I don't really care. I just care about the alerts. But that's the theory behind the AI. So it goes through that optimization procedure every single night, and then you're presented with the ones that have made the cut, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, in a perfect world, again, I don't use the term, but in a perfect world, if I weren't, plugged in a few different directions, I would use this as completely like a watch list. I mean, the fact that the AI says to go long, but if it all of a sudden starts looking like a short, I'll take it. It's like a watch list. It's at least it's directing me to a certain stock for a reason. Yeah, the reason might have been going in the other direction, but if you put on your trader's hat and you say, you know what, or what happens if the AI was long a lot of stocks and all this was happening, then all of a sudden this happens. The AI can't know that. The AI does not know that this is going to happen. So and so overnight, so if you're in the trade here and it's working great, and all of a sudden it just turns on you, well, that's when you have to put on your trader's hat and get out of it because the market is turning against you. Well, but at one point, okay, let's take a look at Path as an example. Okay, what? No, 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 no. History off. Why is it not showing up? Path was yesterday. I'm sure we had more than this yesterday. Was Path an alert yesterday? I don't see the buy. Usually there's a little buy, a little sideways buy flag. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, just because it shows up in a scan that is in theory doesn't mean it's going to work, of course. Why doesn't Ulta appear on the scan? Okay, let's take a look at it. Because I put the minimum at 200%. Okay, if you want to drop that, okay, I put the minimum where the range is at least is 200% of the average range. So if you look at now, it's 185 now. Well, according to this, the average true range was $20.60 over the last 14 days, and today's range is 38.20 according to this our numbers. So if you divide 2060 into 38.20, you get 1.85. Now, you might have a contention with these numbers, but that's what our provider that number there, the 185. No, well, I've asked the company. There are two, right? Today's range is 38.20. This should be a little percentage beside it, so it gets distinguished. But there is a percentage here. So this is today's range. There's the dollar amount, and that percent is how much over the average sure range is. So for you, I put 200%. Now, if you want to put less, 150% or something, and of course you'll get ultra, but they say all the time, you may get a bunch of them you don't want to see also. So that's up to you. You want to take that percent and make it smaller. You can do so, of course. Okay, yeah, it is a little confusing, especially when you got them both looking the same, today's range and today's range. Ah, Poe, did you say you're just sitting and watching it go? PLYX? Speaking of PLYX, look at look at the average true range, 83 cents. It's 246 today, which is almost 300%, almost three times. I like it though. I like it, because it's just showing you stocks that are really trading abnormally. I mean, you get something that's trading at least two times its average true range, coupled with the fact that most of them have got a very high relative volume. Most of them here, I'm sure they're in the lowest one I can see is 1.1 and a half. So they're all going to be at least trading somewhat abnormally. I could easily make the cutoff. I know you asked me that earlier, William. Where would I cut the relative volume off? I don't know. I mean, if I feel I'm getting way too many, but honestly, all I'm doing is I'm just really looking at the top anyway. It's last 14 days, stocks unhinged. Last 14 days. Question in our YouTube room, ATR filter. It's looking at the last 14 days. I think that is some kind of a norm. Okay. Well, how would I trade the 5 days high? Well, it would depend on many other things. Just because a stock makes a 5 day high doesn't mean, okay, I'm going to trade it. I mean, is it trading abnormally? Um, volume wise, option wise, maybe. Is there room looking left for it to keep going? So, so I mean, there's way more factors than just, okay, a stock's made a 5 day high. I mean, the hard answer for me is I wouldn't trade the 5 days high. I mean, I wouldn't just look at, okay, stock's made a 5 day high, so I'm going to trade it. Give me an example. Do you have an example? I mean, the filter of the 5 days high is just telling you, okay, here's a stock that's made a 5 days high. It's above the 5 day high. Okay, now what? Okay, because a lot of stocks, especially earnings plays or stocks that have news, are easily making 5 day highs because usually they popped. So does that mean you're just going to take the trade? Here's a stock. No, not only is it a 5 day high, how many days you got to have to go back? I mean, it is a massive. But does that mean just because it did this, you're going to, okay, you want to be alerted to the fact that there's a stock maybe that's made a 5 day high. But now, what are you going to do? How are you going to trade it? Now, that's your question. How would you trade it? Well, a lot of factors will come in. This is pretty darn good because the relative volume is high, so it becomes something that a stock can make a 5 day high, could make a 5 day high, but on no volume, hardly any volume, nothing abnormal. This is not the case in this one. Yeah, so we don't count the pre-market, but you're right. I mean, BIAF, sure. But I mean, look, this is a very volatile stock. So how you're going to trade it has really no bearing on the fact that it made a 5 day high, if that makes sense. Most of these stocks that we see that are going crazy, the low floaters that are going crazy, sure. I mean, probably made a 5 day high. A stock that's up 107% is more than likely making a 5 day high or a 10 day high or a 30 day high. But, it's a challenge because they're very volatile. Now, at the beginning of the day, I mean, this was definitely a nice move, but you had to make up your mind. Okay, volatile stock. I want to take it now, and try to ride this wave a bit. I mean, it's where is it in relation to the VWAP or the 200-day moving average? Is that near? Is it breaking over a whole number? Looking left, just because the stock made a 5 day high doesn't mean that looking left, there could be a high somewhere that could block it. Maybe on the weekly. Let's look at the weekly right here. There were highs on the weekly, kind of in between the high that it got to. But you're also talking about a very volatile stock. I mean, trading 223 million shares. 613 times normal still. All right, Paul. Oh, I was gonna cheer you on, but you're already stopped out. Remember, I was saying these alerts here in this compare count window in the afternoon, you start to see some startling volume bursts. So look at this one right here. You can see how it's just standing out, 2 minute and the 5 minute, just standing out. A lot of stocks do that. They have big flurries in the first half hour to an hour, and then they just sort of do nothing for the whole day, and then all of a sudden, some buying comes in, and you see the big volume burst. That's what this scan can pick up. Now, does it mean it's going to keep going and higher just because of that? No, but at least you're alerted to the fact that okay, something interesting is happening. William is hoping I don't glance at the clock and realize that I'm way overtime. Well, having said that, guys, I think maybe that is it's like bringing groceries in. Don't you have your butler do that? Or do you give him Friday afternoons off? Okay, guys. Well, unless there are any other questions, I think I might start taking off now. Okay. Again, I'll always hang around if there's some questions, but not seeing any now. So what I will do though for the YouTubers, I'll put my homepage link in because the main room will still be open till 3:30, another hour or so. So if you hadn't had enough of looking at charts, you can still do so for almost another hour. So if you click on my homepage link, this is just for the YouTubers, okay? Click on my homepage link and scroll down, and where you see more trading room, just click there. It's free, okay? And this room will be open till 3:30. And just another note, this room always opens at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. So he'll do that unless he tells me he's not going to. And William usually keeps his room open after I leave, usually 3:30 on Fridays, 3:45 the rest of the time. So I do not see any questions. So what I will do though, I'll keep my layout up and running. So my layout will be visible up and running until 3:30. But I have left for the day. Now you might see me poking around, and if I am and there's a question, I will answer it. Okay, guys. So I have to shut down YouTube completely. So goodbye, YouTubers. We'll see you guys on Monday at 9 o'clock.